Section 82 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 82. An Attack on the Bashi-Bazouks, 1907, by Arthur D. Howden Smith. We slipped into the courtyard and stood in a group about Milev, while he whispered his instructions for the night to the several sub-chiefs. The small enclosure was packed with men in long cloaks, which were blown aside by the wind now and then, revealing glistening rifles and belts of serried cartridges. But they were quiet, unnaturally quiet. None spoke above a whisper, and the sandals made no noise on the stones. I noticed that perfect comradeship prevailed. The chetniks crowded up to the knot of chiefs and craned over their shoulders like children, eager to hear what was being discussed. They readily made way for me, and the militiamen whispered among themselves, pointing at my smooth face, considered an affliction in Macedonia. "Amerikansky," they muttered. Others crowded up to see the strange being from another land, and soon I found myself in the heart of the Cheta, which was what I wanted. Milev turned and introduced me briefly to the chief of the militiamen, a big lusty fellow who gripped my hand in his sinewy fingers and muttered "No zdravi," a phrase that means something like "Your good health, sir." The sub-chiefs of the Cheta, Nicola and Andrea, grinned at me joyfully. They were more like children than ever. In chuckling murmurs they tried to describe to me what was going to happen to the Bashi-Bazouks. Milev laughed at them and pulled me aside. "We march at once," he explained. "Until we reach Osikovo we shall keep together. At Osikovo we shall divide. Andrea, with 10 men, will circle the village and come down on it from the hills in the rear. The rest of us will attack from the front." He turned to the chetniks. "It is time. Where's the guide?" A tall youth pushed his way through the throng, tossing a mannlicher over his shoulder. "I am the guide, Voivoda," he said, saluting respectfully. I could not help observing that while the chetniks were as familiar with their chief as with each other, to the militiamen he was a superior person, one who had not only attained fame and dignity by the blows he had dealt the Turks, but who had been across the mountains to the Frank towns, where he had learned much wisdom out of books. It is strange how a people, with whom books are rare, look up to the possessors of them. I have seen villagers sit for hours listening to Milev reading from one of the Russian authors. But all this is far from the courtyard of the house in Kovačevišta. Milev spoke a sharp word of command to the chetniks and militiamen, and they fell into single file behind him, the chetniks being scattered at intervals among the more numerous militiamen. Gurdjieff took down the great wooden bar which held the gate, and the guide glided out. Giving him 5 seconds lead, Milev followed, and the rest of the long line behind him. There was no moon in the sky, so we had to absolutely feel our way along the village street. If one had a sharp ear, it was possible to keep out of the brook sewer that occupied the middle of the road. Otherwise, the result was unpleasant. There was never a noise in the sleeping village. This time the dogs had been securely muzzled. Looking back along the line, one could only realize the presence of the Cheta by occasional vague sounds and moving dots that appeared and disappeared in the darkness. I could not see the guide at all, but Milev, just ahead of me, with his cat's eyes, had no difficulty in following him. Soon we had left the village behind and began the ascent of the rocky hills that rose abruptly above the house tops. It was the same road we had descended previously, and if it had been hard to climb down, it was twice as difficult to climb up. Many times we stopped for necessary rest, and each time I marveled that the Bashi-Bazouks had possessed the courage to dare such a journey for a few trivial cattle. Near the head of the trail we were challenged sharply by a squad of figures that rose suddenly from the shelter of a boulder. By the light of a star or two in the gloomy black heavens, we could see their rifle barrels thrown athwart the stones, and we halted. They were the militia patrol, who mounted guard at the head of the mountain road day and night to ward against the coming of the askars. The Bashi-Bazouks, who had come the week before, had been allowed to pass because their small numbers were a guarantee that they could not do much harm. Against a larger force, the village would have risen to the last man. At a word from the guide, supplemented by an exclamation from Mileff, the patrol lowered their rifles and stood forth in the murk while we passed. To each one of us they spoke a hasty word of greeting, and then they sank back into the oblivion of the rocks, and we toiled on over a wide moor, covered with long grass that concealed the hollows into which one's feet slipped unawares. Sometimes the moors broke into sudden declivities, down which we half climbed, half slid. Stretches of sandy soil intervened, through which we plowed heavily. The pace was a rapid one, for Mileff wished to get into position before midnight. Once standing on a sort of tor that rose above the moor, I glanced backward at the line of figures that undulated as far as I could see, each one shrouded in its long sheepskin cloak, from which projected a rifle barrel. It was marvelous how quiet and swift they were, moving over that rough, wild country with not even a trail to guide them. Light-footed and sure of their movements as goats, they made no difficulty out of what required all my nerve and watchfulness. Several times we stopped for a few minutes, while the guide went ahead to reconnoiter the way. Again, on a couple of occasions, it was necessary to make detours around villages. Another time we marched straight through a collection of huts, a small outlying Christian village. We made no noise and did not waken any one, however. We had been marching for perhaps 3 hours when we came to a rude stone wall, sure sign that a village lay just beyond. Mileff called softly to the guide and held a brief consultation with the sub-chiefs, after which we proceeded more slowly. It was plain that we were entering a valley. The hills began to shut in on either side, and in front of us they narrowed so as to become a defile. Mileff detached a couple of men on the flanks to act as scouts, and we cautiously approached the portals of the valley, marching over a wagon road deserving of the name because deep ruts could be felt in its surface. Presently loomed up in the distance a roof. Other roofs came into view, and yet others. I leaped upon a boulder, and looking down the valley, saw a long succession of roofs sloping up the hillside to the right of the road. We continued along the road, keeping just outside of the village. Dogs barked at intervals, but otherwise the silence was absolute. At a point opposite the center of the village we halted, and Andrea passed down the line, picking out 10 men whom he motioned to follow him. Without a word of farewell, they marched off into the night. The rest of us lay down behind the wall and waited. I pulled my watch out and borrowed Mileff's electric hand lamp. It was 5 minutes past midnight. The chetniks arranged their knapsacks under their heads, wrapped themselves in their cloaks, taking care to protect the breeches of their rifles from the moisture, and dozed off. But the militiamen did not sleep. They leaned on elbows and murmured to each other. You could see in their shining eyes the excitement that the prospect of the fight brought. With the Chetniks it was too old a story to deprive a man of a nap. For a long time, it seemed, nothing happened. The dogs barked infrequently, not at anything in particular, but just to make a noise. A wind sprang up that rustled the grass, and the leaves of the trees beside the road rattled against each other drearily. In the distance a night bird croaked. Gradually, without knowing it, I dropped off to sleep, even as I had when we were waiting at the frontier line for the Turkish patrol to pass. I could not have closed more than one eye, for almost at once I was awakened by the glare of Mileff's searchlight inside his cloak. He was looking at his watch. I looked at mine. It was nearly 1. Mileff rolled over and prodded me. Taking the signal, I prodded the man next to me, so it passed down the line. We all rose to our knees and re-slung our knapsacks. Still there was not a sound. The trees across the way seemed to be moaning louder. Could the wind have so increased in force? I noticed that Mileff was holding one hand to his ear. He drew a whistle from his pocket and blew gently on it. There came from right beside me the low whining note of the wind blowing through the tree boughs. From beyond the trees it was answered, and I understood. Andrea and his men were signaling to us from the mountainside. Mileff merely raised one hand, and our line swung over the stone wall into the road. Bending double, the men ran across it to the wall that lined the opposite side, surmounted it, and broke through an orchard at a run. In 5 minutes we were speeding along the main street of Osikovo. It was fairly sandy, and so we made little noise. The guide kept ahead, but otherwise there was no attempt at formation. Behind Mileff and me, the rest huddled together like foxhounds in full cry. We dodged around a corner and pulled up in a little square where 3 streets intersected. At each corner was a house. They were all massive structures built of stone with slate roofs, and stood in courtyards of which they formed one wall. One house was slightly larger than the other 2, and it was immediately in front of us. There was something sinister about the blank surface of its lower walls and the small barred windows of the 2 upper stories. The gateway was high, broad, and arched. The gate itself appeared to be substantially built of wooden beams bolted together with iron. A huge iron lock fastened it to the side of the arch. Our line huddled in the shadows cast by the 2 other houses, and the guide stepped across the roadway to the gate. Lifting his carbine, he pounded vigorously for a minute upon the beams. In the stillness of the village, the blows were as distinct as the reports of a Gatling. They seemed to echo and re-echo from the archway. I fancied that in the house behind me I could already hear people waking up and moving around. A second time the guide pounded the gate. Just why, I could not say, but I was certain that I could now hear, all around me, the sounds made by people roused from sleep. Osikovo was awakening. From the other side of the gate came a shuffling of feet, and a voice demanded hoarsely what the caller wanted. "We are friends," answered the guide, his rifle at his shoulder. "We are Pomaks from Libyaho. Let us enter. We have passed Chetniks in the hills." He spoke hurriedly in the Turkish dialect. The Bashi-Bazouk in the yard seemed to hesitate. "I must see your face," he said at last. "I must see you, you and your friends, before you may enter, for it is seldom that friends come to their friends' houses after dark, and if you be friends, you will not mind the wait." Breathlessly we waited to see what would happen. There was a creaking noise, and a wicket, a hand's breadth in size, swung open midway up the gate. Through it was stuck a rifle barrel. The guide had shrunk to the ground, out of the range of fire. Of the Bashi-Bazouk we could see nothing, because the wicket was small, and the yard beyond dark. "Stand forth," said the voice. "Stand forth now, you and your friends, that I may see you." As luck had it, Doder moved beside me uneasily, and a wandering star gleam caught for an instant on the steel of his bayonet. The watchful eye of the Bashi-Bazouk at the wicket saw, and his rifle settled rigidly into line, while Dodor collapsed noiselessly on one side. "You are armed," spoke the Bashi-Bazouk. "Who are you that come armed? Are you friends, as you say, or foes? Speak quickly, for I do not wait long." "It is useless," breathed Mileff. "They are too suspicious. We will charge openly." He placed the whistle at his lips, and the quivering, penetrating sigh pierced the night. The Bashi-Bazouk's rifle jerked upward, and he shouted hasty words in Turkish, which I did not understand. A door crashed shut in the house above him, and feet sounded on the stairs. "Charge!" cried Mileff, leaping to his feet. "Viva Macedonia!" We bunched across the road at a run, firing our rifles at the gate. I had a glimpse of the guide shooting through the wicket at the Bashi-Bazouk warder, and the next thing I knew, I was in a mass of pushing, shoving men, jabbing the tough wood with bayonets, hammering on it, and even using their bare hands. Then Mileff's voice rose from the ruck. "Stand back! Stand back!" he called. "Fire at the lock! Aim at the lock, every man!" 10 or a dozen rifles were concentrated at the lock, and in a trice it was blown to atoms, the gate swinging slightly ajar. For a second we paused, hesitating. A young militiaman leaped forward, put his shoulder to the timbers, and sent the portal to one side. We cheered confusedly, and ran across the yard at the doorway that showed in the irregular stone wall. From a line of windows in the upper story came a spattering fire, accompanied by sheets of flame. The Chetniks fired back, crouching behind whatever cover was available. I saw one man put a bullet into a bullock and use the carcass as a shield. Mileff and several others were in front of the house door, shooting into the lock. It was a matter of less than a minute to smash it in, but stout bars of wood held the framework in place. In the meantime, the fight was going rather against us. One of the militiamen crawled out of the gateway, dragging a limp leg behind him, and we could not see that our fire was making any impression. Quick to see the need for some new action, Mileff seized a huge balk of timber lying by the doorstep, and with Nicola and a couple of others backed off a pace or two. Taking a short run, they brought it against the door with a mighty swing. The timbers groaned. Again they battered it with short, fierce strokes, and because of their height from the ground and consequent inability to see what was going on directly beneath them, the Bashi-Bazouks could not effectively interrupt the maneuver. With every blow, the door tottered more helplessly. We saw that it must come down. But where were Andrea and his men? We needed them badly at this time. The voivode blew his whistle as the battering ram was swung the last time, and the door fell inward, opening up a cavernous hollow of blackness. Our own men were on hand, crouched against the house wall, out of the Bashi-Bazouk's line of fire. So we stayed for what seemed several minutes, though it must really have been less. A cheer, the pattering of sandaled feet on the road outside, and a renewal of firing by the askars overhead heralded the approach of Andrea's force. They descended upon the rear of the Bashi-Bazouk's fortalice. This was our chance. Not a man waited for orders. They did not need them. They sprang at the steep stairs, hardly more than a ladder, that led up to the second floor like a gang of wolves. It did not seem as if anything could stop them. A couple of the more cautious ones, crowded out in the intensity of the first stampede, waited behind, pumping bullets up through the trapdoor over the heads of the leaders. It was lucky they did stay back. The first man through the trap was the chief of the militiamen. He bounded lightly up the stairs and disappeared from view. A revolver cracked, and as Mileff behind him reached the trap, his body fell backward, sweeping his comrades from the stairs as effectually as a broom. The head of a Bashi-Bazouk showed for an instant, but Kortser took aim, and the Turk came down on top of the pile of Chetniks. It was a mess indeed. Outside, Andrea's men were occupying the attention of the Bashi-Bazouks by a steady fire at the windows, and the couple of us who had stayed below fired up the stairs as fast as we could work the ejectors. Our fire stopped the first rush, and the scanty numbers of the Bashi-Bazouks did not allow them to take full advantage of the situation, so that by the time Mileff had leaped from under the pile of chetniks at the stair foot, a semblance of order had been restored. I don't know how it happened, but something had been set afire in the pent houses by the courtyard walls that served as stables, and they were blazing vividly, lighting up the entire village. Frightened sheep, cattle, goats, and horses ran about the yard, and the corpse of the Bashi-Bazouk warder lay in a twisted heap by the gate, not far from a chetnik, whose body was simply drilled with bullet holes. Certainly it was a mad scene, and all about us was the village, blank and apparently tenantless, save for a prolonged wailing that rose from the scores of waiting women and children who wept in fear of their fate. Gazing at the confusion that filled the courtyard, and deafened by the constant popping of rifles upstairs and out of doors, I did not at once hear Mileff's voice when he spoke to me. His face was black with powder, and his beard, partly singed off, was flecked with blood. He pressed his mouth close to my ear. "This is no use," he shouted. "We must retire." He beckoned to the men, and crouching close to the ground, we ran across the courtyard in the blinding glare. Bullets spat in the dust on every side, but no one was hurt. The dancing of the flames, constantly tossing back and forth, filled the yard with conflicting lights and shadows that made good shooting impossible. Beyond the gate we halted, and the men dropped down exhausted. Dodging a crazy horse which ran screaming through the street, I hastened to the group that had swiftly formed about the voivoda. Andrea and his men, in line, carrying the rifles at the ready, swung around the neighboring corner as I joined the council. They were comparatively fresh, for all they had done was to lie in the sheltered houses and pot at the windows in the fortalice. Mileff called for a list of casualties. We had lost 2 men killed, including the handsome young chief of the militia detachment, and 2 wounded. So far as we knew, 2 of the enemy were dead. "There must be no more of this," said Mileff decisively. "I cannot afford to waste good men on a nest of rats. They must be smoked out." He explained his plan. His detachment would form a covering force for Andrea's party, who would carry inflammable materials into the lower floor of the house. When a sufficient quantity had been collected, they would be set alight. After that, it would only be necessary to shoot any Turks who tried to escape. Without any unnecessary talk, the sub-chiefs ran to their detachments and told off men for the work. Andrea's party broke into nearby yards and seized all the lumber, hay, and straw they could find. One man discovered a large can of oil, which was received with joy. Fagots were made, and a dozen of us deployed along the street in positions which commanded the house windows. Finally, when all the fagots were ready, our fire was stopped completely. Almost immediately the Bashi-Bazouks ceased shooting. It was as if they realized that a new development might be expected, and had stopped firing to listen, to strain their ears that they might detect their enemy's next purpose. There sounded the sighing murmur of the voivoda's whistle, and Andrea's squad ran forward into the yard. The rest of us outside kept a steady stream of lead pouring into the windows. Andrea's men were cheering as they ran. They had their rifles slung over their shoulders, and they meant to be in at the death. The Bashi-Bazouks managed to fire back at us, but they were given no time to aim, and Andrea reached the house in safety. The fagots were hurled in through the doorway, and as each man threw down his load, he doubled back across the yard, out of the gate, where Mileff and I were huddled in the shelter of the posts. Andrea was the last to leave. He emptied the oil over the pile that bulged from the doorway, and stuck the lighted torch he carried into the mass. Then he, too, ran for the gate, A burst of cheering greeted him from the Chetniks' line, and as if in a frenzy of despair, the Bashi-Bazouks redoubled their fire, the spurts of flame squirting from the upper windows in never-ceasing streams. Looking back coldly, it seems a monstrous, cruel thing to do, this roasting alive of half a dozen men. It is difficult to believe that it could have happened in this so-called enlightened 20th century. For some reason it seems to smack more of the bigoted cruelty of the days of the Inquisition, or when a mere matter of kings' names was sufficient to cause the beheading of honest men. But after all, it could not have been helped. It was the quickest and cheapest way to get rid of a nest of vermin that had been terrorizing the countryside. Thieves, murderers, and women-stealers, every one of them. They do not understand, and set squeamishness down as weakness. The flames gained rapidly. They leaped to the stables that had escaped the first blaze, and licked them up, mounting the outer walls of the house, and gaining footholds through the windows. It was not many minutes before the whole building was a single vast pillar of flames that towered to the sky, making the village and the hills surrounding it loom blackly against the unnatural glare. And from this house of flames came a shrill screaming, such as words cannot hope to describe, and such as, once heard, it is beyond the power of man to forget. The Chetniks leaned sternly on their rifles, watching the conflagration take its course, and the villagers, by this time certain of the identity of the marauders, stole from their homes to look also on the destruction of their oppressors. For months they had groaned beneath the exactions of the little band of arrogant, well-armed Bashi-Bazouks, and yet now, when their deliverance had come, they could not exult. They could only look on awesomely at the dreadful doom that had been meted out by the men of the night. In little knots they thronged the housetops and the streets, watching the flames that swirled and roared, the women hugging their children to their breasts, and the men staring with a fixed concentration at the scene. As the front wall of the house fell in amid a shower of coals, Mileff's signal blew, and the Chetniks hastened to him from their positions in the rough circle they had cast about the place, to prevent the possible escape of any of its inmates. Several had bandaged arms or heads. One was carried by a couple of comrades on a rude litter. The villagers watched them with even greater awe than they had the burning fortalice. But the magic of the night was upon them, and they said no word. As silently as they came, the Chetniks formed their line and departed through the dust of the road, the people who lined the way looking at them with curious, drawn faces. A baby cried drearily because it was tired, and a second wall fell in the house that had become the tomb of the Bashi-Bazouks. On a crest the Cheta halted for a minute, and I looked back at Osikovo, still showing red in the fire glare, and dotted with the groups of wonder-struck peasants. In the east a beam of rosy light shot over the dark wall of the pines, and Mileff muttered, "Heidi," forward to the weary men who stumbled after him. End of Section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States, and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Herzegovinians returning to a village sacked by the Bashi-Bazouks by Jaroslav Cermak, Bohemian artist, 1878. Painting, page 434. The Bashi-Bazouks are irregular Turkish troops, wild and ungovernable, loving to kill rather than to win victories, and to destroy rather than to capture. They load themselves down with a vast number of swords and knives of various sorts, and these they are ready to use at a moment's notice. They speak a language of their own, a demoralized sort of Turkish. Plunder and destruction and slaughter are their delight, and they are willing to follow any leader who can promise them these employments. It is in part by men of this character that Turkey has carried on her long career of oppression and misrule in the Balkan States. The country has been harassed again and again by lawless bands, with the destruction of property, the flogging of chiefs, and the massacre of Christians. In Herzegovina, the Christians were so terribly oppressed by the Turks that an insurrection broke out. The illustration represents people who had fled from the Bashi-Bazouks, now first venturing to return to their homes, bringing with them the few household treasures that they have saved from the general ruin. They find only havoc and desolation. At the left is a skull on the stone wall, and farther back is a sight at which, through the broken arch, the women are peering with terror, for on stakes are gory heads, probably of their own friends, who failed to make their escape. From beyond these, a horribly suggestive flight of vultures is taking place. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 84 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 84, The Siege of Adrianople, 1912, by Philip Gibbs. In February 1912, Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro formed an alliance for the purpose of wresting from Turkey her European territory. War began in October. The Turks, fatally handicapped by the inefficiency and disorganization of their commissariat, were steadily driven back by the invading armies, and Scutari and Adrianople, their most important cities in Europe, were besieged. The Editor. So the siege went on, tedious and interminable, and as often as possible, I went out to the hills, dodging the vigilant officers who had a quick eye for the red brassard of a correspondent, and riding or walking as far as possible from the main road, until I had reached the last hill which looked down upon the city. From afar the turrets and roofs and domes and minarets of Adrianople appeared like a mirage through a haze of sunshine and a thin veil of mist. The sky was very clear above it. Only a few fleecy clouds rested above the horizon. But suddenly, as I watched one day, a new cloud appeared like a great ball of snow, which unfolded and spread out in curly feathers, and then, after a few moments, disappeared. It was the bursting of a great shell, and the report of it came with a crash of thunder, which seemed to shake the hills. 2, 3, 4 shells burst together like bubbles, and then there followed long, low rolls of thunderous sound like great drums beating a tattoo. The noise had a peculiar rhythm, like the Morse code, with long stroke and short, signaling death. It was made by the Bulgarian batteries on the hill forts, and it was answered by the Turkish batteries from neighboring hills. Presently, as the wreaths of smoke from the guns faded into the atmosphere, I saw that tall, straight columns of smoke were rising from the city of Adrianople and did not die down. They rose steadily and spread out at the top, and flung great wisps of black murkiness across the sky. It was the smoke of buildings set on fire by the shells. Other towers of black smoke rose from valleys which dipped between hills. The Turkish shells, far flung from their fortifications, crashed into little villages once under Turkish rule and now abandoned by all inhabitants. Soon there would be nothing left of them but blackened stumps and heaps of ash. As I stood watching one day, I saw two scenes in this grim drama which made my pulses beat with a great excitement. A great bird flew across the sky towards the city, and as it flew it sang a droning song like the buzzing of an enormous bee. It was a monoplane, flown by a Bulgarian aviator who had volunteered to reconnoiter the Turkish defenses. It disappeared swiftly into the smoke rack, and for some time I listened intently to a furious fusillade which seemed to meet this winged spy. After half an hour the aeroplane came back, flying swiftly away from the shot and shell which pursued it from the low-lying hills. Its wings were pierced so that one could see the sky through them, but it flew steadily from the chase of death, and I heard its rhythmic heartbeat overhead. Its escape was certain now. It had mocked at the pursuit of the shells, and the loud beat of its engine above me was a song of triumph. I watched it disappear again, to safety, so it seemed, but death has many ways of capture, and when I came back to Mustafa Pasha, that day I heard that the unfortunate aviator, after his escape from the guns, had fallen from a great height within sight of home, and that the hero's body lay smashed to pieces in the wreckage of his machine. Then on another day I saw another drama in the air. While my eyes watched the smoke clouds from the siege guns, something twinkled and glittered to the left of the 4 tall minarets of the great mosque of Adrianople. It was the smooth silk of an airship which caught the rays of the sun. This cigar-shaped craft rose slowly and steadily to a fair height, though I think it was tethered at one end. It rose above peaceful ground into a great tranquillity, which lasted about 10 minutes. Then suddenly there was a terrific clap of thunder and a shell burst to the left of the airship. I gave a great cry. It seemed to me that the frail craft had burst and disappeared into nothingness. But a few seconds later, when the smoke was wafted away, I saw the airship still poised steadily above the earth, untouched by that death machine. A second shell was flung skywards, far to the right, and for an hour I watched shells rise continually round that airship, trying to tear it down from its high observation, but never striking it. I do not know the names of the men who piloted that ship, but, whoever they were, they may boast of a courage which kept them at their post in the sky amid that storm of shells. It was at night that the bombardment of Adrianople reached the heights of a most infernal beauty. Then the sky quivered with flashes of light, and tongues of flame leaped out from the hillsides, and fireballs danced between the stars. As I lay in bed after a day on the hills, the noise of the bombardment chased sleep away, and every great gun shook the old Turkish farmhouse in which I lived, as though heavy iron bedsteads were being dumped down upon the roof. Then there came a continued roll of great artillery. It was so loud and seemed so close that for a moment the wild idea came to me that the Turks had smashed their way out of the besieged city, and that they were fighting in Mustafa Pasha. I rose and dressed hastily, lighted a lantern, and went out into the darkness. All around me was the barking and howling of dogs, hundreds of them, baying back in answer to the guns. I stumbled through quagmires of mud and pools of water until I came to the bridge at Mustafa, overlooking the wide sweep of the Maritsa. I passed on through the village and past many lines of sentries and men encamped round fires outside the mosques. Then in the shadow of a doorway I stood still and watched the sky, upon which was written the signs of death, still seeking victims, and destruction away in the city below the hills. There was no moon, but the sky was thickly strewn with stars, and it seemed as though some flight of fallen angels were raging in the heavens. I saw a great shell burst below Orion's belt, and the pointers of the Great Bear were cut across by a sword of flame. The Milky Way throbbed with intermittent flashes, like sheet lightning, and the pathway of the stars was illumined by the ruddy glare of burning houses and smoldering villages. I had an irresistible desire to get closer to all this hellish beauty, to walk far across the hills to a place of vantage, from which I had seen the bombardment by day. But when I raised my lantern and walked forward, I was arrested by a Bulgarian officer, and this was the end of my night's vigil. As all the world knows now, the city of Adrianople did not fall before the armistice arranged between the Allies and Turkey, and its garrison, which had maintained such an heroic defense, deserved the fullest honors. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 85 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 85. The Flight from Lule-Burgas, 1912, by Bernard Grant. After the capture of Kirk Kilisse by the Bulgarians, they pushed on to cut off the retreat of the Turks. Part of the Turkish forces were withdrawn to Lule-Burgas, and here a fierce battle took place, at the close of which the Turks were forced to make the retreat which is here described. The Editor. I now come to the days of October 29 and 30. Glorious weather continued, and tempted all of us to the open country, away from this filthy little village, where we were penned up like sheep. From afar I heard the music of the guns. It came in continuous shocks of sound, the crash of great artillery bursting out repeatedly into a terrific cannonade. It was obviously the noise of something greater than a skirmish of outposts or a fight between small bodies of men. While the war correspondents were cooking food in their stewing pots, a big battle was in progress, deciding the fate of nations and ending the lives of many human beings. That thunder of guns made my pulses beat, throbbed into my brain. I could not rest inactive and in ignorance of the awful business that was being done beyond the hills. Ignoring the orders to remain in the village, I rode out towards the guns. Although I did not know it at the time, as we were utterly without information, I was riding towards the Battle of Lule-Burgas, which destroyed the flower of the Turkish army and opened the way of the Bulgarians to Constantinople. Of the actual battle itself I am unable to speak as an eyewitness. Indeed, there was no mortal eye who could see more than a small part of it, as it covered a front of something like 50 miles, and even to the commanders of the army corps engaged, it was a wild and terrible confusion of great forces hurling themselves upon other great bodies of men, sometimes pressing them back, sometimes retiring, swept by a terrific fire, losing immense numbers of men, and uncertain of the damage they were inflicting upon the opposing troops. Only from those who took part in it have I been able to gather some of the grim details of that great tragedy to the Turks. Certain facts stand out in all their accounts. The Turkish artillery was overmastered from the first, the Bulgarian guns were in greater numbers and better served, and they had an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. Not so the Turks. In consternation, in rage, in despair, the Turkish artillery officers saw their ammunition dwindling and giving out at a time when they needed it most, when the enemy's shells were bursting continuously upon their positions, when the enemy's infantry were exposing themselves on the ridges, and when the Bulgarian soldiers made wild rushes, advancing from point to point, in spite of their heavy losses in dead and wounded. There were Turkish officers and soldiers who stood with folded arms by the limber of guns that could no longer return the enemy's fire, until to a man they were wiped out by the scattered shells. The frantic messages carried to the commander-in-chief, notifying him of this lack of ammunition, passed unheeded, because the supply was exhausted. Abdullah Pasha was a sad man that day, when from one of the heights he looked down upon his scattered army corps, and saw how gradually their fire was silenced. Now on his right wing and his left his legions were pressed back until they wavered and broke. And now with an overwhelming power and irresistible spirit of attack, the Bulgarians cut the railway line, scattered his squadrons of cavalry, broke through his various units, and bore down upon his rear guard holding the town of Lule-Burgas. I do not believe the Turkish soldiers were guilty of cowardice during those hours of battle. It was only afterwards, when the fighting was finished and the retreat began, that panic made cowards of all of them and seemed to paralyze them. But from all that I have heard, the Turkish soldiers in the mass behaved as bravely during the battle as all the traditions of their fighting spirit have led us to believe. They fought resolutely and doggedly, although, as I know now, they had gone into the battle hungry and were starving at the end of it. They died in sufficient numbers, God knows, to prove their valor. They died in heaps. Many of the battalions were almost annihilated, and the greatest honor is due to the men of the Second Corps, who, after they had been beaten back again and again, after the battle had really been lost irretrievably by the failure of Mukhtar Pasha to repress the general attack of the Bulgarians with his Third Army Corps, which had come up from the direction of Visa, reformed themselves and marched to an almost certain death. For a little while they held their own, but the Bulgarians were now in an impregnable position on the heights, and in such places of vantage for their artillery that they could concentrate their fire in a really terrific manner. The men of the Second Corps found themselves in a zone of bursting shells, and in the face of a withering rifle fire which swept upon them like a hailstorm. A great cry broke from the ranks of the living, in which already there were great gaps as the dead and wounded fell in all directions. The ranks were broken. It was only a rabble of terror-stricken men running away from that hunting ground of death, who came back beyond the reach of the Bulgarian bullets. The town of Lule-Burgas was already in the hands of the enemy, and in the great field of battle, extending over the wild countryside for many miles, divisions, regiments, and battalions were scattered and shattered, no longer disciplined bodies of men, but swarms of individuals, each seeking a way to save his own life, each taking to flight like a hunted animal, each bewildered and dazed by the tragic confusion in which he staggered forward. This is a connected account of what happened, but in war events are not seen connectedly, but piecemeal, confusedly, and without any apparent coherence, by those who are units in a great scheme of fate. So, looking back upon those days, it seems to me that I lived in a muddling nightmare, when one experience merged into another, and when one scene changed to another in a fantastic and disorderly way. I first came in touch with bodies of retreating soldiers when, in my ride out from the village of Corlu, I crossed the railway line and went on towards the guns. Those men were in straggling groups or walking singly. They were the first fugitives, the first signs, on this day of Tuesday, 29th, that the battle, which was raging with increasing fury, was not going well for the Turks. The men were coming away from the fight weary, dejected, hopeless. They had no idea as to the direction in which they wanted to go. They wandered along aimlessly, some this way, some that, all of them silent and sullen, as though brooding over the things they had seen and suffered, and as though resentful of the fate that had befallen them. I did not grasp the full significance of these wandering soldiers. I thought they were just faint-hearted fellows who had deserted from their battalions. Soon I saw the real truth. The pale dawn came grayly across the plain, and the shadows of night crept away, and in the hush of the early hour men were silent, wondering what would be the fortune of war that day. So came the break of day on October 31st, a date which now belongs to history, remembered with bitterness by the Turks and with triumph by the Bulgarians. Before the sun had dispelled the white, hard frost on the grass, there came to our ears once more the thunder of the guns, which had stopped at dark on the night before. We made a hasty breakfast, eager to get close to the battle, not only for professional reasons, but because no man may withstand the thrill which comes when men are fighting. But our hopes were dashed to the ground, and we were thrown into consternation when Major Wofsy came to us and ordered an instant and hurried retreat. We were disposed to rebel, to protest against this order, which seemed ignominious and absurd and unreasonable, But very soon we saw that Wafsi Bey had reason on his side, and that things were very serious. Thousands of Turks were making their way in great disorder in the direction of Korlu. They were literally running from the distant guns. They were like great flocks of sheep scared by the wolf, and stumbling forward. Men fell as they ran, stumbling and staggering over the boulders and in the ruts. They seemed to be pursued by an invisible terror, so that they did not dare to stop except to regain breath to amble forward with drooping heads. They had no shame in this flight, these tall fellows of fine physique, except for their leanness and starvation looks, ran like whipped dogs, with eyes that glinted with the light of a great fear. It was a distressing and painful sight. Major Wafsi seemed in just as much hurry. The sight of these fugitive soldiers seemed to shake his nerves terribly, and his face was very white and strained. I pitied the man, for he was a patriotic Turk and a courteous gentleman, although sometimes we hated him because he kept us so strictly in hand. Now he started back on the line of the retreat with part of his charge, who seemed to think that this time he would be a valuable companion, but none of the English went with him. We had decided to give him the slip. So we tarried over our preparations and deliberately lengthened the time of our packing, and found many difficulties in the way of an early start. Major Wafsi set off without us, not suspecting our ruse, and when he was well out of harm's way, we proceeded on our own line of route, which was forward to the battlefield. I made my way to the river, and there saw an astounding sight of panic in its most complete and furious form. It was indeed the very spirit of panic which had taken possession of the soldiers whom I now met on this spot. Never before had I seen men so mad with fear. I hope that never again shall I see a great mass of humanity so lost to all reason, so impelled by the one terrible instinct of flight. The bridge was absolutely blocked with retreating soldiers. It was a great stone bridge with many archways and a broad roadway, with one part of its parapet broken. But broad as it was not wide enough to contain the rabble ranks which pressed across from the farther bank. They struggled forward, trampling upon each other's heels, pushing and jostling like a crowd escaping through a narrow exit from a theater fire. Most of the men were on foot, some still hugging their rifles and using them to prod on their foremost fellows, but some of them were unarmed. They bent their heads down, drooped as though their strength was fast failing, breathed hard and panted like beasts hunted after a long chase, and came shambling across the bridge as though on one side there was the peril of death, and on the other side safety. The horsemen in the crowd, rugged men swathed in drab cloths, like mummies taken from their cases, on lean-ribbed and wretched horses, would not wait for the procession across the bridge, but, spurred on by panic, dashed into the water and forded their way across. All seemed quite regardless of the fact that the Bulgars were several miles away, and that the difference of a few miles would not count in the gap between life and death. I almost expected to see a squadron of the Bulgarian cavalry charging down upon this mass of men, so abject was their terror. But the plain behind them showed no sign of an enemy. No guns played upon the fugitives. Instead came a force of Turkish cavalry with drawn swords, galloping hard and rounding up the fugitives. Many officers did their best to stem the tide of panic, and beat the men back with the flats of their swords, and threatened them with their revolvers, shouting and cursing and imploring them. But all the effect they had was to check a few of the men, who waited until the officers were out of sight, and then pressed forward again. With a young British officer who was out to see some fighting, I turned again towards the town of Lule-Burgas, where a great fight was now taking place, and rode against the incoming stream of wounded and retreating soldiers. They seemed to come on in living waves round my horse, and I looked down upon their bent figures, and saw their lines staggering below me, and men dropping on all sides. I saw the final but fruitless struggle of many of them as they tried to keep their feet, and then fell. I saw the pain which twisted the faces of those who were grievously wounded. I saw the last rigors of men as death came upon them. When we got nearer to the roaring guns, breaking out into great volleys which seemed to shake the earth and to set the air throbbing, the retreat was being carried out in a more orderly fashion. Men were marching in rank, with their rifles slung across their shoulders, and with officers pacing alongside. Those who had broken the ranks were stopped, and unless wounded were compelled to come into the ranks again. I saw many men being chased with whips and swords, while non-commissioned officers were set apart to cut off the stragglers. They were spent with fatigue and suffering from hunger and thirst, and despondency was written on every face, but at least it was a relief to see an orderly formation and a body of men who had not lost all courage and self-respect. Evidently the best of the army was at the front. As my companion and I were short of food and darkness was coming on, we decided to turn, especially as the fight could not last until the next morning. At dusk we reached the village of Caristaran and met Angus Hamilton and H. Baldwin, and together set out for a night ride to Corlew. This was far from pleasant. The army was in full retreat, and the roads and bridges were thronged so that it was impossible to push one's way through the tramping men, who of course would not open up for us, and whose rifles were like a moving hedge in front of us. It was also difficult to ride at the side of the roads on account of the exhausted and dying soldiers who lay about in the mud while their comrades passed. This was a sickening thing, and I had a sensation of horror every time my horse halted before one of those prone bodies, or when I had to pull it out of the way of one of them. Another difficulty that worried me was the absence of an interpreter. We should not know if we were challenged, and could not answer if we knew, so that we were in real danger. As a measure of precaution, we rode as near as possible together in a group of 4, hoping in the darkness to be taken for a patrol. If we had been recognized as foreigners, we might have lost our horses, for these Turks, wounded or exhausted, would have coveted our mounts, for which they had a really desperate need. Reading this in cold blood, people may accuse us of selfishness. It would have been heroic, they might think, to dismount, and in Christian charity yield up our horses to suffering men, but that idea would have seemed fantastic had it occurred to us for a moment. We had our duty to perform to our papers, and what, after all, would 4 horses have meant among so many? Such a sacrifice would merely have led to our own undoing. Never shall I forget that ride in the dark night to Corlew, the vague forms of the retreating army passing with us and around us like an army of ghosts, the strange, confused noise of stumbling feet, of voices crying to each other, of occasional groans, of clanking arms, of chinking bits and bridles, the sense of terror that seemed to walk with this army in flight, the acuteness of our own senses, highly strung, apprehensive of unknown dangers, oppressed by the gloom of this mass of tragic humanity. At last we reached Corlew in the early hours of the morning, utterly tired out in body and spirit, and quite famished, as we had only had a few biscuits since our scanty breakfast on the previous day. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 86 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, read for LibriVox.org. Turkey, Part 1. To the Capture of Constantinople, Historical Note. 600 or 700 years before Christ, the city of Byzantium, now Constantinople, was founded by the Greeks. As the centuries went by, it passed from hand to hand, from Athens to Sparta, and from Sparta to Athens. Under Alexander the Great it was independent. In 196 A.D., it was besieged by the Romans and reduced to ruins. 330 years after the birth of Christ, the site was chosen by Constantine the Great as a new capital for the Roman world. The city was rebuilt with the utmost magnificence, christened Constantinople in honor of the emperor, and for more than 1,000 years was the capital of the Byzantine or Eastern Empire. Just north of the Caspian Sea dwelt the Seljuk Turks. As the power of Rome weakened, that of the Seljuks grew stronger, until they finally controlled all Western Asia. Their cruelty to the people who made pilgrimages to Jerusalem brought about the Crusades. And these were what kept the Seljuks from pushing into Europe. In the middle of the 13th century, a chief named Ertugrul came from the east with many followers into Asia Minor and received land on condition of military service. His son was Otman or Osman, and it is from his name that the Turks call themselves Ottomans. Otman's son Orkhan won a footing in Europe by the capture of Gallipoli. He encouraged commerce and industry, and he originated the formation of the terrible corps of Janissaries. Amurath I, 1359 to 1389, captured Adrianople and made it his capital, destroyed the power of Servia in the Battle of Kosovo, and greatly extended his kingdom at the expense of the tottering Byzantine Empire. His son, Bajazet I, was taken prisoner by Tamerlane the Tartar and died in captivity, but the power of the Ottoman Empire grew unchecked. In 1453, Mohammed II captured Constantinople, and the Eastern Empire came to an end after having endured more than 11 centuries. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain. Section 87 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 87. Constantinople, a city built to order, 4th century, by Edward Gibbon. Between 300 and 400 years after Christ, in the days when Rome ruled the world, it occurred to the Roman Emperor, Constantine the Great, to build a new capital. One of the greatest dangers to the empire was the barbarians north of the Danube River. Another was the Persians. For defense, then, the new capital must lie far to the east of Rome. It must be well situated for commerce. It must be more free than Rome from the worship of the old gods, for Constantine was a Christian and meant to make Christianity the religion of the state. He meant, moreover, to be the absolute ruler of the empire, and it would be much easier to bring this about in the East, where the people were used to bowing down to a master, than in Rome, where the citizens never forgot that they were of a proud nation that ruled the world. On the straits of the Bosphorus was the ancient town of Byzantium, which had been founded by the Greeks about 1,000 years earlier. The location was perfect for defense, commerce, and beauty. It was an ideal place for Constantine to free himself from the enmity of the priests of the gods and to found the absolute monarchy which he planned, and this he chose for his capital. Its name he changed to Constantinople, the city of Constantine. Then he set to work to build this city. The Editor. Some estimate might be formed of the expense bestowed with imperial liberality on the foundation of Constantinople by the allowance of about $2,500,000 for the construction of the walls, the porticos, and the aqueducts. the forests that overshadowed the shores of the Euxine, and the celebrated quarries of white marble in the little island of Proconnesus, supplied an inexhaustible stock of materials, ready to be conveyed by the convenience of a short water carriage to the harbour of Byzantium. A multitude of labourers and artificers urged the conclusion of the work with incessant toil. But the impatience of Constantine soon discovered that, in the decline of the arts, the skill, as well as the numbers of his architects, bore a very unequal proportion to the greatness of his designs. The magistrates of the most distant provinces were therefore directed to institute schools, to appoint professors, and by the hopes of rewards and privileges, to engage in the study and practice of architecture a sufficient number of ingenious youths who had received a liberal education. The buildings of the new city were executed by such artificers as the reign of Constantine could afford, but they were decorated by the hands of the most celebrated masters of the age of Pericles and Alexander. To revive the genius of Phidias and Lysippus surpassed, indeed, the power of a Roman emperor, but the immortal productions which they had bequeathed to posterity were exposed without defence to the rapacious vanity of a despot. By his commands, the cities of Greece and Asia were despoiled of their most valuable ornaments. The trophies of memorable wars, the objects of religious veneration, the most finished statues of the gods and heroes, of the sages and poets of ancient times, contributed to the splendid triumph of Constantinople, and gave occasion to remark of the historian Cedrenus, who observes with some enthusiasm that nothing seemed wanting except the souls of the illustrious men whom these admirable monuments were intended to represent. But it is not in the city of Constantine, nor in the declining period of an empire, when the human mind was depressed by civil and religious slavery, that we should seek for the souls of Homer and of Demosthenes. During the siege of Byzantium, the conqueror had pitched his tent on the commanding eminence of the second hill. To perpetuate the memory of his success, he chose the same advantageous position for the principal forum, which appears to have been of a circular or rather elliptical form. The two opposite entrances formed triumphal arches. The porticos, which enclosed it on every side, were filled with columns, of which a mutilated fragment is now degraded by the appellation of the burnt pillar. This column was erected on a pedestal of white marble 20 feet high, and was composed of 10 pieces of porphyry, each of which measured about 10 feet in height and about 33 in circumference. On the summit of the pillar, about 120 feet from the ground, stood the colossal statue of Apollo. It was of bronze, had been transported either from Athens or from a town of Phrygia, and was supposed to be the work of Phidias. The artist had represented the god of day, or, as it was afterwards interpreted, the Emperor Constantine himself, with a sceptre in his right hand, the globe of the world in his left, and a crown of rays glittering on his head. The circus, or hippodrome, was a stately building about 400 paces in length and 100 in breadth. The space between the two metae, or goals, was filled with statues and obelisks, and we may still remark a very singular fragment of antiquity, the bodies of 3 serpents twisted into one pillar of brass. Their triple heads had once supported the golden tripod, which, after the defeat of Xerxes, was consecrated in the temple of Delphi by the victorious Greeks. The beauty of the hippodrome has been long since defaced, by the rude hands of the Turkish conquerors, but, under the similar appellation of At-Meidan, it still serves as a place of exercise for their horses. From the throne, whence the emperor viewed the Circensian games, a winding stairway descended to the palace, a magnificent edifice, which scarcely yielded to the residence of Rome itself, and which, together with the dependent courts, gardens, and porticos, covered a considerable extent of ground, upon the banks of the Propontis, between the Hippodrome and the Church of St. Sophia. We might likewise celebrate the baths, which still retained the name of Zeuxippus, after they had been enriched by the munificence of Constantine, with lofty columns, various marbles, and about 70 statues of bronze. A particular description, composed about a century after its foundation, enumerates a capital or school of learning, a circus, 2 theatres, 8 public and 153 private baths, 52 porticos, 5 granaries, 8 aqueducts or reservoirs of water, 4 spacious halls of the meetings of the Senate or courts of justice, 14 churches, 14 palaces, and 4,388 houses, which, for their size or beauty, deserved to be distinguished from the multitude of plebeian habitations. As Constantine urged the progress of the work with the impatience of a lover, the walls, the porticos, and the principal edifices were completed in a few years, or, according to another account, in a few months. But this extraordinary diligence should excite the less admiration, since many of the buildings were finished in so hasty and imperfect a manner that under the succeeding reign they were preserved with difficulty from impending ruin. But while they displayed the vigor and freshness of youth, the founder prepared to celebrate the dedication of his city. The games and largesses which crowned the pomp of this memorable festival may easily be supposed. But there is one circumstance of a more singular and permanent nature, which ought not entirely to be overlooked. As often as the birthday of the city returned, the statue of Constantine, framed by his order of gilt wood, and bearing in his right hand a small image of the genius of the place, was erected on a triumphal car. The guards, carrying white tapers and clothed in their richest apparel, accompanied the solemn procession as it moved through the Hippodrome. When it was opposite to the throne of the reigning emperor, he rose from his seat, and with grateful reverence adored the memory of his predecessor. At the festival of the dedication, an edict, engraved on a column of marble, bestowed the title of Second or New Rome on the city of Constantine. But the name of Constantinople had prevailed over that honorable epithet, and after the revolution of 14 centuries still perpetuates the fame of its author. End of section 87.
Section 88 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States, and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States, and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 88, The Coming of the Comet, 1402, by Maurus Jókai. Timur, or Tamerlane, was a Tartar conqueror of the 14th century. He was at first merely a minor chief, but he pushed on till he ruled from Delhi to Damascus, and from the Sea of Aral to the Persian Gulf. Bajazet, Sultan of the Turks, was also a conqueror, and was called the Lightning from the rapidity of his movements. In 1402, the vast armies of the two warriors met near Angora to decide the fate of Western Asia. The Editor. An enormous comet appeared upon the horizon. The golden tint of this phenomena of the heavens was observed for 6 months amongst the stars, and when it was closest to earth, 2/4 of the sky were covered by the dreaded spectre. When the sun set, and the gigantic marble made its appearance, the pale phosphor head drawing its tail after it, everything was lit up by its wonderful light. Forests, mountains, people's faces appeared ghastly by its illumination, and all around amongst the mountains was to be seen a glow which appeared like a distant fire lighting up the sky, only the reflection of the light was not red, but green, and when the moon made her appearance, with her silver-tipped crescent, the 2 heavenly wanderers followed after one another with curious wonder. Once it happened that the moon went into the vaporous element of the comet, and astronomers then calculated how many million miles it covered, and how long it would take before it would touch the moon with its head in place of its tail. Then both would shoot down from heaven, and the day of judgment would arrive. Religious folk went on pilgrimage, and awaited the Dies Irae, whose herald was Lampedeus, the name given it by Greek astronomers. Under the fearful glitter of this heavenly phenomena, which wandered over the horizon and lit up the entire surface of the earth, compelling the inhabitants to breathe its deadly poison, the 2 most dreaded men in the Mussulman world prepared to fight against one another in a life-and-death struggle. Sultan Bajazet had 420,000 men. Timur-Lenk had 780,000. 1,200,000 fighting men, therefore, had to seek a suitable place amidst the Asiatic wastes, which would afford sufficient space for the blood required to be shed. The 2 conquerors of the world were not alarmed by the sign from heaven. They not only divided between them the stars which led them, but they also cut the comet asunder. The head of the Lampedeus bent towards the west, and the thinner edge of its long mane hung to the east. Bajazet said it was a sword which the prophet had sent to him, and that with its aid he should kill the heretic Shita. Tamerlane, however, gave out that this was the same club which the prophet had given into his hands, and that the head was turned towards the heretic Sunita. The stars at the end of the tail he held to be the head of the club, with which he would lay him low. And so the 2 great generals of the period started in search of one another with 2 enormous forces, and as quickly as they neared one another, so quickly did the dreaded star approach the earth. The 2 conquerors debated to themselves which of them would first grasp the comet by its tail. Both Bajazet and Timur-Lenk did what no conqueror of the world ever did before or after them. They each carried their favorite wives with them to view the decisive battle of the world. It was as though they were to witness a dramatic spectacle in which 1,000,000 armed men took part, and by which the government of a portion of the world would be decided either to the right or to the left. Such a spectacle was surely never before presented by a general to his wife. Bajazet's wife was in the camp in an elevated tent made of muleskin. 1,000 women riders went before, and 1,000 after her, to keep from her gaze the face of every man. These were masculine women, accustomed to sword-handling and to cutting off heads, women for whom men can feel but horror, and of whom it is difficult to form an idea. Bajazet headed this women's camp with 10,000 veteran janissaries and old soldiers scarred with wounds. They were picked out from amongst the Nikopol victors. Every one of them was a hero, and their attacks on the enemy were always made simultaneously. To the right of Maria were 15,000 Christians, mounted and mailed, and under the leadership of Stephen Lazarovich, the Servian Voivode. These were the most faithful adherents of the Sultan. The remainder of the troops were led by the Sultan's sons. Suleiman, the eldest, was in the center of the camp, whilst the 2 wings, consisting of Turkomans and Tartars, were commanded by Isa and Musa. Amongst these troops were the people of the Khan of Aydin. Mustafa, another of the sons of the Sultan, led the heroic Arab troops, and Mohammed, yet another, was in command of the reserve. Timur-Lenk's sons, Miran Shah, Khalid Shah, and Mirza Mohammed, were also in the camp. Fathers fought against fathers, sons against sons, and women against women. Mirza Muhammad Khan led his own troops, and each detachment was dressed in different colors. Some, for instance, in red uniform and red bucklers, with red standards, red saddles, etc. Others in blue or yellow, white or black. When they moved in squares, it seemed as though figures were moving on a chessboard. The name of the place where the 2 opposing forces met was Kasibuk Abad. It is an historic spot. Here Pompey and Mithridates fought a decisive battle. At the back stand the celebrated Steda cedar forests, and facing it are the endless plains where the tall oriental reeds grow in line, from which the people cut stalks to make the stems of pipes, calling them, from the place, Kasibuk. Toward the eastern horizon the towers of the citadels of Angora were to be seen, whence Timur might be observed approaching. He was engaged in bombarding this place against the Bey Yakab, when the approach of his opponents caused him to raise the siege. Between the two forces was only one well, Mirel, which supplied the district abundantly with water. The inhabitants were, therefore, right to call it the Sainted Well. Bajazet hastened to seize this before his enemy. He knew very well that he who secured it would have the advantage of tiring out his opponents, who would be forced out into the desert. Sheikh Irzlan, an old dervish, at one time an adherent of Timur-Lenk, was the guardian of the well. As a follower of Shi, he possessed magic power over the people. Bajazet rode to this sainted well, and asked the dervish for a drink of water out of it. He filled the jug, and gave it over to the Padish with the usual blessing. Glory be to him who created clouds and wells. The Sultan threw a gold piece to the dervish. Sheikh Islan picked up the money and looked at the portrait. Then he returned it, saying, "Oh, my lord, of what use is this money to me, when Timur-Lenk's head is engraved here?" The Sultan dragged the coin out of the dervish's hand and threw it with horror into the air, wondering how his enemy's money could possibly have found his way into his camp. Then he took out another gold piece, upon which he first looked earnestly. Then, seeing his own likeness engraved upon the coin, he threw it to the dervish. Sheikh Irzlan picked it up, and then, with marks of the greatest respect and reverence, he handed it back to him again. "Why, here, my master, on this piece also was engraved Timur's portrait." And so, indeed, it was. Bajazet, who was now furious, took out a third coin, which he threw to the sheikh, who, on picking it up, showed him that again it bore the same superscription. "You scoundrelly magician!" shouted Bajazet in despair. "It is your delusive magic!" And he slashed the dervish across the face and breast with his whip. "Thank you for your gracious kindness, mighty lord," said the dervish, putting his blood-stained face into the dust. Timur-Lenk would not have acted like this. He had allowed blood to flow in streams, but never in his life did he hurt a scholar or a dervish. Afterwards, when the infuriated sheikh ran bleeding from the breast through the streets of Khorasan, Timur-Lenk, looking at him, smiled and said, "This is a sign that Khorasan itself, which is the breast of Asia, will fly to me voluntarily." And so, indeed, it came to pass. Bajazet was so certain of having possession of the Mirel well that the next day he organized a hunting expedition to the ancient forest of Stetta for Maria's amusement. Whilst half of his troops were pursuing the stag or shooting game, and he himself was shooting wild peacocks, the enemy, at a distance of trumpet call, commenced to pull down the stakes of his camp. In the evening, when the party returned, tired out, from the chase, Bajazet's son, Suleiman, who had been left behind with the rest of the forces, came to him in a furious state and said, "Tomorrow we shall have to face the enemy." "Why?" asked the Sultan with surprise. "Because we have no water. Surely the well has not dried up in one night." "It has not dried up, but it is contaminated. The dervish whose face you struck yesterday hung heavy stones round his neck last night and jumped into the well, where this morning he was found drowned. You know that when a man is found dead in a well, no one will touch its water until the new moon. So the camp has been parched with thirst throughout the whole day." "Oh, cursed dervish!" "Ah, the dervishes were all devoted to Timur. Beware, for he who was capable of killing himself might yet kill you. And now you had best decide whether you will retreat or make an advance tomorrow, for in this place it is impossible for us to remain longer." Bajazet angrily pointed to the watchfires of Timur-Lenk and exclaimed in hot fury, "Advance!" The day was lost to Bajazet. The lightning was vanquished, and the iron sword prevailed, but Bajazet still could have escaped with the rest of his troops, and might have overcome his enemy from his European forts, could he have reconciled himself to the notion of flight. All round was heard the tumult of the tempestuous war. It was impossible to see owing to the clouds of dust, and the woman away yonder in the velvet tower no longer sang of victory, but trembled awaiting the close of the day. Once during the afternoon a ray of hope sprang up, when Timur's force made an advance, and the Wayhavod Lazarovich cut his way through the Kasawank-Abad reeds across Mohammed Mirza, and joined Bajazet in correct battle order. The Sultan stood motionless amidst his unconquered veterans. Lazarovich, with his fagged-out and wounded troops, who were blackened by dust and covered with the blood of the enemy, with broken pikes and torn standards, suddenly appeared before the Sultan. Lazarovich hardly recognized him. "Is it you, my faithful friend?" the Sultan asked with emotion. "It is I, father. Escape, the battle is lost." "Then let me perish," replied the Sultan. "You had best return. You have wife and children, and have yet a long life to live." "God alone can bring help," answered Lazarevich, and quitted the battlefield. It was already twilight. The escaping forces were seen in all directions. Only 10,000 Janissaries stood steadfast around Bajazet. Since the morning they had been thirsting for water. Now they thirsted for blood. They could have had plenty of time and opportunity for escape, for Timur did not attack them until later on. The night came on. The sun disappeared, and the comet, the dread of heaven and earth, shone out on the sky. By the aid of its demoniacal glitter, Bajazet could see the opponent's army. He was not frightened, either by the star or by Timur's victory, and motionless he stood with his 10,000 men on the spot where 500,000 men had already perished. Then Timur raised his hand to heaven, as though he would grasp the flaming club, and with it strike his enemy. "Well, so be it," he said, and with this he gave the signal to start his troops of mailed men, the Dasagata horsemen, and the rows of fighting elephants, against Bajazet's Janissaries. Maria heard tremblingly from her tower the bellowing of the elephants. "Ah, the Dzins, the Dzins! But Bajazet will pursue them and rout them asunder, for he is the lightning." The flying Greek fire opened the attack. From the elephants' towers the blinding sparks came in clouds and created dazzling colors in this night battle, whilst arrows shot at the same instant from all sides. The Janissaries fought, and died speechless, as though they were not men, but spectres. The two forces fought on without a word. Only the clanking of their swords spoke. "Oh, the Dzins! The Dzins!" Suddenly one of the flaming arrows cut its way through the ranks of the Janissaries, and flew to the woman's tower, igniting a velvet curtain and so setting the whole place on fire. The women, terror-stricken, rushed down from the burning amphitheatre, which, in a few moments, was as a burning torch in the midst of the camp, lighting up the spectre of slaughter. As soon as Bajazet saw this, his heart gave way, and he turned back with his suite of horsemen, and leaving behind him the fighting Janissaries, he galloped towards the women. Maria was then lying on the earth, her face covered with dust. "Oh, the Dzins! The Dzins! To horse, quickly, by my side, away to the mountains!" exclaimed the defeated Lightning, lifting his wife from the dust, and with these words he escaped from the field. 1,000 brave horsemen and 2,000 fighting Amazons accompanied him. Mohammed Khan saw the Sultan's flight and rushed after him with 4,000 Zagata horsemen. Until midnight he pursued him up to the foot of the mountain. The soldiers left behind fought with Timur's men whilst the Sultan got away. The Khan of Zaget did not relax his search after Bajazet, whose horsemen and horses fell to the right and left, and by daybreak only 40 men remained. The Sultan was, therefore, left almost alone with his women. He then stopped and awaited his pursuers. He was clad in impenetrable armour and held a good Damascus blade in his hand, for he had to defend his beloved harem. 10 of his pursuers fell before their swords could touch him, but, finally, becoming dazzled by the frequent strokes of his sword, he fell down from his horse at Maria's feet, where he was captured. Maria had to see the face of her demagogue become pale and besmirched with dust. His eyes were heavy, and from his lips issued impotent curses. Timur-Lech was playing chess with his favourite son. The young prince was commonly known as Shach-Rokh, castling. He had been called this because it was he who had invented the chess move, where the king changes places with a castle. Just as the prince was saying Shach-Rokh to Timur, the curtains of the tent were drawn back, and before them stood the captured Bajazet. Shach-Rokh! A king who had exchanged his throne for a tower indeed, the Tower of Captivity. Timur got up from his place, and held out his hand to his opponent, leading him to the divan, upon which he placed him beside him. "Bajazet, fortune has turned against you. Not so my heart. Fate has made you a captive. I shall allow you to remain a sovereign. Your tent is ready. You will not be watched by anyone. You will find there your wife and your son Mudza, who have been taken prisoners, and they will remain with you. I only ask you one thing, that is, your solemn promise not to attempt to escape from me by trickery, whilst I remain fighting your sons. If we can conclude peace, then you can return quietly to your country, for Allah does not permit two faithful sultans to humiliate one another. Therefore you had best give me your solemn word of honor." Bajazet was moved by his opponent's generosity, so he gave the solemn word, accompanied by a grasp of the hand that he would not attempt to escape from Timur-Lech's camp. After this he was led to a pompous tent, where his wife and son awaited him. The tent was magnificent, and those whom he loved were there, yet it was a tower in place of a kingly throne. Shach-Rokh As long as you keep your sovereign word to me, you will be regarded as a sovereign in my camp." This was Timur-Lenk's promise to his opponent. Whichever direction Bajazet took, he was received with the honors paid to a sovereign, and imperial pomp surrounded his tent. Overnight, whilst the captive sultan was walking in front of his camp, he found a screw of parchment lying before him, on which the following words were written: "My Sultan, your sons are coming with fresh forces against Tamerlane. Yakub Bey will break upon Angora. The Wayavode is returning with reinforcements. Be prepared. We are making a subterranean way from the bakery which will lead into your tent. Tonight all will be ready. Be ready yourself also. At daybreak disguise yourself as bakers, and you can escape with your wife and sons into the open, where you will find your horses awaiting you. Be ready. Your friends." This letter was too tempting to Bajazet, and he eagerly seized the opportunity offered. It was indeed a fact that a subterranean way was made to his tent, but it was Tamerlane's workmen who constructed it. At midnight, the hammering of the subterranean poleaxes let the Sultan know that his rescuing body of moles were coming. The earth gave way under his feet, and from a narrow passage human heads rose up from the earth beneath him. "Come," whispered the head which ascended from the earth's depths. "Come." And the Sultan followed the enticer, taking with him Maria and his son Mutza. They could only proceed in bent form along the footpath, holding one another's hands. Finally, the neck of the cavernous way became visible. The extreme end was the bakery oven. When Bajazet was going to step out from the low opening, someone put out a hand to assist him, and when he emerged, he who had given him a helping hand did not release his own. The Sultan looked at him. Timur-Lenk stood before him. "What? Is this your sovereign word?" he softly demanded of the terrified Bajazet. The Sultan saw that he was trapped. Timur threw away his hand from him. "This is not the hand of a sovereign. It is the hand of a slave." So saying, he turned away and left him to himself. Bajazet saw only the executioners before him, carrying chains and iron rods in their hands. Timur-Lenk arranged a pompous funeral for Bajazet. His entire troops came out to accompany the body. On his tombstone he caused to be engraved a recital of his glorious deeds, and he commanded the Sultan's women to wail and mourn for him. As he returned from the funeral ceremony, his historian, Shakaddin, came before him to read out what he had written down concerning the event for the benefit of future generations. It was as follows: "When Timur Jahanga defeated his enemy and captured him, he treated him as a brother. He placed him next to him at table, calling him a friend, and treated him with the distinction due to a sovereign. When Bajazet, following fate's decree, departed to his ancestors, he had him buried like a king, and raised a royal mausoleum over his ashes. Glory be to him who sees everything." The comet disappeared, and did not destroy the earth after all. End of section 88. Recording by Todd.
Section 89 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 89. Scanderbeg, about 1450, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The district called Albania lies just north of the Caucasus Mountains and along the Caspian Sea. In the 15th century it was half independent, but its chief, John Castriot, had been obliged to surrender his son George to the Turks as a hostage. The boy was then 9 or 10 years old, and so bright that the Sultan, Amurath II, took a great fancy to him, and had him brought up in the royal palace, and when he became a man, he was placed at the head of a division of the Turkish troops. But he learned that the Sultan meant to annex Albania to the empire. The poem tells how he contrived to seize the Albanian town of Croia. His countrymen gladly joined him, and it is said that he overcame the Turks in 22 pitched battles. After his death in 1468, the war continued, but without the leadership of Scanderbeg, Alexander the Prince, as he was called, it soon came to an end, and Albania became a part of the Turkish Empire. The Editor. The battle is fought and won by King Ladislaus the Hun, in fire of hell and death's frost, on the day of Pentecost. and in rout before his path, from the field of battle red, flee all that are not dead of the army of Amurath. In the darkness of the night, Iskander, the pride and boast of that mighty Othman host, with his routed Turks takes flight from the battle fought and lost on the day of Pentecost, leaving behind him dead the army of Amurath, the vanguard as it led, the rearguard as it fled, mown down in the bloody swath of the battle's aftermath. But he cared not for hospodars, nor for baron or voivode, as on through the night he rode, and gazed at the fateful stars that were shining overhead, but smote his steed with his staff, and smiled to himself, and said, "This is the time to laugh." In the middle of the night, in the halt of the hurrying flight, there came a scribe of the king, wearing his signet ring, and said in a voice severe, "This is the first dark blot on thy name, George Castriot. Alas, why art thou here, and the army of Amurath slain and left on the battle plain?" And Iskander answered and said, "They lie on the bloody sod, by the hoofs of horses trod, but this was the decree of the watchers overhead. For the war belongeth to God, and in battle, who are we? Who are we that shall withstand the wind of his lifted hand?" Then he bade them bind with chains this man of books and brains. And the scribe said, "What misdeed have I done, that without need thou doest to me this thing?" And Iskander, answering, said unto him, "Not one misdeed to me thou hast done, but for fear that thou shouldst run and hide thyself from me, have I done this unto thee. Now write me a writing, O scribe, and the blessing be on thy tribe. A writing sealed with thy ring to King Amurath's Pasha in the city of Croia, the city moated and walled, that he surrender the same in the name of my master, the king, for what is writ in his name can never be recalled." And the scribe bowed low in dread, and unto Iskander said, "Allah is great and just, but we are as ashes and dust. How shall I do this thing when I know that my guilty head will be forfeit to the king?" Then swift as a shooting star the curved and shining blade of Iskander's scimitar from its sheath with jewels bright shot as he thundered, "Write!" And the trembling scribe obeyed, and wrote in the fitful glare of the bivouac fire apart, with the chill of the midnight air on his forehead white and bare, and the chill of death in his heart. Now again Iskander cried, "Now follow whither I ride, for here thou must not stay. Thou shalt be as my dearest friend, and honours without end shall surround thee on every side, and attend thee night and day." But the sullen scribe replied, "Our pathways here divide, mine leadeth not thy way." And even as he spoke, fell a sudden scimitar stroke, when no one else was near, and the scribe sank to the ground as a stone pushed from the brink of a black pool might sink with a sob and disappear, and no one saw the deed, and in the stillness around no sound was heard but the sound of the hoofs of Iskander's steed, as forward he sprang with a bound. Then onward he rode and afar, with scarce 300 men, through river and forest and fen, over the mountains of Argentar, and his heart was merry within, when he crossed the river Drin, and saw in the gleam of the morn the white castle Akhisar, the city Croia called, the city moated and walled, the city where he was born, and above it the morning star. Then his trumpeters to the van on their silver bugles blew, and in crowds about him ran Albanian and Turcoman, that the sound together drew. And he feasted with his friends, and when they were warm with wine, he said, "O friends of mine, behold what fortune sends, and what the fates design. King Amurath commands that my father's wide domain, this city and all its lands, shall be given to me again." Then to the castle wide he rode in regal state, and entered in at the gate in all his arms bedight, and gave to the Pasha who rules in Croia the writing of the king, sealed with his signet ring. And the Pasha bowed his head, and after a silence said, "Allah is just and great, I yield to the will divine. The city and lands are thine, who shall contend with fate?" Anon from the castle walls the crescent banner falls, and the crowd beholds instead, like a portent in the sky, Iskander's banner fly, the black eagle with double head, and the shout ascends on high, for men's souls are tired of the Turks and their wicked ways and works that have made of Akhisar a city of the plague. And the loud exultant cry that echoes wide and far is, "Long live Scanderbeg!" It was thus Iskander came once more unto his own, and the tidings, like the flame of a conflagration blown by the winds of summer, ran till the land was in a blaze, and the cities far and near, saith Ben Joshua ben Meir in his book of the Words of the Days, were taken as a man would take the tip of his ear. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 90 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 90. The Fall of Constantinople, 1453, by Edward Gibbon. The story of Constantinople had been a stormy one. The city had been besieged by Greeks, Romans, Byzantines, Bulgarians, Persians, Avari, Russians, Latins, Arabs and Turks, 27 times in all. 7 times it had been conquered, but only to change rulers in the next overthrow. By the 28th siege, here described, it fell into the hands of the Ottoman Turks, who still remain its masters. The emperor's body was buried by the Turks with all honors. A lamp was lighted at his grave. It is still kept burning, and at the charge of the Turkish government. This was commanded by the Turkish ruler as a mark of respect and regard for Constantine Palaiologus, the last Christian emperor in the Empire of the East. The editor. The reduction of the city appeared to be hopeless, unless a double attack could be made from the harbor as well as from the land. But the harbor was inaccessible. An impenetrable chain was now defended by 8 large ships, and more than 20 of a smaller size, with several galleys and sloops, and instead of forcing this barrier, the Turks might apprehend a naval sally and a second encounter in the open sea. In this perplexity, the genius of Mahomet conceived and executed a plan of a bold and marvelous cast, of transporting by land his lighter vessels and military stores from the Bosphorus into the higher part of the harbor. The distance is about 10 miles. The ground is uneven and was overspread with thickets. And, as the road must be opened behind the suburb of Galata, their free passage or total destruction must depend on the option of the Genoese. But these selfish merchants were ambitious of the favor of being the last devoured, and the deficiency of art was supplied by the strength of obedient myriads. A level way was covered with a board platform of strong and solid planks, and to render them more slippery and smooth, they were anointed with the fat of sheep and oxen. 80 light galleys and brigantines, of 50 and 30 oars, were disembarked on the Bosphorus shore, arranged successively on rollers, and drawn forwards by the power of men and pulleys. 2 guides or pilots were stationed at the helm and the prow of each vessel. The sails were unfurled to the winds, and the labor was cheered with song and acclamation. In the course of a single night, this Turkish fleet painfully climbed the hill, steered over the plain, and was launched from the declivity into the shallow waters of the harbor, far above the molestation of the deeper vessels of the Greeks. The real importance of the operation was magnified by the consternation and confidence which it inspired, but the notorious and questionable fact was displayed before the eyes, and is recorded by the pens of the 2 nations. A similar stratagem had been repeatedly practiced by the ancients. The Ottoman galleys, I must again repeat, should be considered as large boats, and, if we compare the magnitude and the distance, the obstacles and the means, the boasted miracle has perhaps been equalled by the industry of our own times. As soon as Mahomet had occupied the upper harbour with a fleet and army, he constructed in the narrowest part a bridge, or rather mole, of 50 cubits in breadth and 100 in length. It was formed of casks and hogsheads, joined with rafters linked with iron, and covered with a solid floor. On this floating battery he planted one of his largest cannon, while the 80 galleys with troops and scaling ladders approached the most accessible side, which had formerly been stormed by the Latin conquerors. The indolence of the Christians has been accused for not destroying these unfinished works, but their fire by a superior fire was controlled and silenced. Nor were they wanting in a nocturnal attempt to burn the vessels, as well as the bridge of the Sultan. His vigilance prevented their approach. Their foremost galiots were sunk or taken. 40 youths, the bravest of Italy and Greece, were inhumanely massacred at his command. Nor could the emperor's grief be assuaged by the just though cruel retaliation of exposing from the walls the heads of 260 Mussulman captives. After a siege of 40 days, the fate of Constantinople could no longer be averted. The diminutive garrison was exhausted by a double attack. The fortifications, which had stood for ages against hostile violence, were dismantled on all sides by the Ottoman cannon. Many breaches were opened, and near the gate of St. Romanus 4 towers had been levelled with the ground. For the payment of his feeble and mutinous troops, Constantine was compelled to despoil the churches with the promise of a 4-fold restitution, and his sacrilege offered a new reproach to the enemies of the Union. A spirit of discord impaired the remnant of the Christian strength. The Genoese and Venetian auxiliaries asserted the preeminence of their respective service, and Justiniani and the Great Duke, whose ambition was not extinguished by the common danger, accused each other of treachery and cowardice. It became known to the Christians in the beleaguered city that the time of a general attack had been set. There was small hope of repelling their enemies. The emperor entered St. Sophia, confessed, received the Holy Sacrament, and begged that if he had wronged any, he might be granted their pardon. Then came the morning. The preceding night had been strenuously employed. The troops, the cannons, and the fascines were advanced to the edge of the ditch, which in many parts presented a smooth and level passage to the breach, and his 80 galleys almost touched, with the prows and their scaling ladders, the less defensive walls of the harbour. Under pain of death, silence was enjoined, but the physical laws of motion and sound are not obedient to discipline of fear. Each individual might suppress his voice and measure his footsteps, but the march and labour of thousands must inevitably produce a strange confusion of dissonant clamours, which reached the ears of the watchmen of the towers. At daybreak, without the customary signal of the morning gun, the Turks assaulted the city by sea and land, and the similitude of a twined or twisted thread has been applied to the closeness and continuity of their line of attack. The foremost ranks consisted of the refuse of the host, a voluntary crowd who fought without order or command, of the feebleness of age or childhood, of peasants and vagrants, and of all who had joined the camp in the blind hope of plunder and martyrdom. The common impulse drove them onwards to the wall. The most audacious to climb were instantly precipitated, and not a dart, not a bullet of the Christians was idly wasted on the accumulated throng. But their strength and ammunition were exhausted in this laborious defence. The ditch was filled with the bodies of the slain. They supported the footsteps of their companions, and of his devoted vanguard the death was more serviceable than the life. Under their respective bashaws and sanjaks, the troops of Anatolia and Romania were successively led to the charge. Their progress was various and doubtful, but after a conflict of 2 hours, the Greeks still maintained and improved their advantage, and the voice of the emperor was heard, encouraging his soldiers to achieve, by a last effort, the deliverance of their country. In that fatal moment the Janissaries arose, fresh, vigorous, and invincible. The Sultan himself, on horseback, with an iron mace in his hand, was the spectator and judge of their valor. He was surrounded by 10,000 of his domestic troops, whom he reserved for the decisive occasion, and the tide of battle was directed and impelled by his voice and eye. His numerous ministers of justice were posted behind the line, to urge, to restrain, and to punish, and if danger was in the front, shame and inevitable death were in the rear of the fugitives. The cries of fear and of pain were drowned in the martial music of drums, trumpets, and atabals, and experience has proved that the mechanical operation of sounds, by quickening the circulation of the blood and spirits, will act on the human machine more forcibly than the eloquence of reason and honor. From the lines, the galleys, and the bridge, the Ottoman artillery thundered on all sides, and the camp and city, the Greeks and the Turks, were involved in a cloud of smoke which could only be dispelled by the final deliverance or destruction of the Roman Empire. The valor and wisdom of the Genoese commander, John Justiniani, had often been tried, and in him the confidence of the emperor had been placed. But now, in this critical moment, he was found wanting. He was wounded and left his station in search of a physician. "But your wound is slight," pleaded the emperor, "and the danger is pressing. Your presence is necessary." Nevertheless he fled, and was followed by most of the Latin troops. The Turks broke through the walls. The courageous Emperor Palaiologus was slain, and after a siege of 53 days, Constantinople was taken. The houses and convents were instantly deserted, and the trembling inhabitants flocked together in the streets, like a herd of timid animals, as if accumulated weakness could be productive of strength, or in the vain hope that amid the crowd each individual might be safe and invisible. From every part of the capital they flowed into the church of St. Sophia. In the space of an hour the sanctuary, the choir, the nave, the upper and lower galleries were filled with the multitudes of fathers and husbands, of women and children, of priests, monks, and religious virgins. The doors were barred on the inside, and they sought protection from the sacred dome. Their confidence was founded on the prophecy of an enthusiast or impostor that one day the Turks would enter Constantinople and pursue the Romans as far as the column of Constantine in the square before St. Sophia, but that this would be the term of their calamities, that an angel would descend from heaven with a sword in his hand, and would deliver the empire, with that celestial weapon, to a poor man seated at the foot of the column. "Take this sword," would he say, "and avenge the people of the Lord." At these animating words the Turks would instantly fly, and the victorious Romans would drive them from the west and from all Anatolia, as far as the frontiers of Persia. While they expected the descent of the tardy angel, the doors were broken with axes, and as the Turks encountered no resistance, their bloodless hands were employed in selecting and securing the multitude of their prisoners. Youth, beauty, and the appearance of wealth attracted their choice, and the right of property was decided among themselves by a prior seizure, by personal strength, and by the authority of command. In the space of an hour the male captives were bound with cords, the females with their veils and girdles. The senators were linked with their slaves, the prelates with the porters of the church, a young man and of a plebeian class with noble maids, whose faces had been invisible to the sun and their nearest kindred. In this common captivity the ranks of society were confounded, the ties of nature were cut asunder, and the inexorable soldier was careless of the father's groans, the tears of the mother, and the lamentations of the children. The loudest in their wailings were the nuns, who were torn from the altar with naked bosoms, outstretched hands, and dishevelled hair. Of these unfortunate Greeks, of these domestic animals, whose strings were rudely driven through the streets, and as the conquerors were eager to return for more prey, their trembling pace was quickened with menaces and blows. At the same hour a similar rapine was exercised in all the churches and monasteries, in all the palaces and habitations of the capital, nor could any place, however sacred or sequestered, protect the persons or the property of the Greeks. Above 60,000 of this devoted people were transported from the city to the camp and fleet, exchanged or sold according to the caprice or interest of their masters, and dispersed in remote servitude through the provinces of the Ottoman Empire. End of section 90. Section 91 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, read for LibriVox.org. Turkey, Part 2. Turkey at the height of her power. Historical note. The Ottoman Empire reached the height of its power and splendor in the reign of Solyman the Magnificent, 1520 to 1566. His predecessor, Selim I, had conquered Persia and Syria, annexed Egypt, and subdued the noted corsair Khan ed-Din Barbarossa, ruler of Algeria. With the accession of Solyman, the Ottoman armies swept forward in their career of victory until all Europe was filled with alarm. Belgrade and the island of Rhodes were captured. The greater part of Hungary was subjugated, and Vienna was besieged. On the sea, the Turks were no less successful. Tripoli was annexed, Venice stripped of her oversea possessions, and Turkey left undisputed master of the Mediterranean. The irresistible armies of the Turks seemed destined to sweep across Europe to the shores of the Atlantic. The danger was so pressing that in the reign of Solyman's successor, Selim II, Spain, Venice, and the papacy forgot their differences and united in equipping a mighty fleet with which to contest the Turkish supremacy. In 1571, the allied fleets under the command of Don John of Austria encountered the Turks in the Gulf of Lepanto on the western coast of Greece, and after a long and desperate engagement completely vanquished them. The Battle of Lepanto marks the beginning of Turkish decline. During the next century she launched her armies against Persia, Russia, Venice, Poland, and Austria with varying success, but the crushing defeat inflicted by John Sobieski at the Battle of Vienna, 1683, put an end to her long and brilliant period of conquest. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 6. Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92. The Tribute of Children by Anonymous. About a century before the capture of Constantinople, when Amurath I was on the throne, his vizier suggested to him that he had a right not only to 1/5 of the spoils of battle, but also to 1/5 of the captives. "Let officers be stationed at Gallipoli," he said, "and as the Christians pass by, let them choose the fairest and strongest of the Christian boys to become your soldiers." Thus was formed the famous corps of the Janissaries. To keep it up, the agents of the Sultan went once in 4 years to all the Christian villages under Turkish control. Every boy between 6 and 9 years of age must be brought before them, and the agents carried away 1/5 of the number, carefully selecting the strongest and most intelligent. The Editor. The advice of the vizier was followed. The edict was proclaimed. Many thousands of the European captives were educated in the Mohammedan religion and arms, and the new militia was consecrated and named by a celebrated dervish. Standing in the front of their ranks, he stretched the sleeve of his gown over the head of the foremost soldier, and his blessing was delivered in the following words: "Let them be called Janissaries, Injiceri, or new soldiers. May their countenances be ever bright, their hand victorious, their swords keen. May their spear always hang over the heads of their enemies, and wheresoever they go, may they return with a white face." White and black face are common and proverbial expressions of praise and reproach in the Turkish language. Such was the origin of these haughty troops, the terror of the nations, and sometimes of the sultans themselves. Footnote: Gibbon. End of footnote. They were kept up by continual additions from the Sultan's share of the captives, and by recruits, raised every 5 years, from the children of the Christian subjects. Small parties of soldiers, each under a leader, and each provided with a particular firman, went from place to place. Wherever they came, the protogeros assembled the inhabitants with their sons. The leader of the soldiers had the right to take away all the youth who were distinguished by beauty or strength, activity or talent, above the age of 7. He carried them to the court of the Grand Signior, a tiv, as it were, of the subjects. The captives taken in war by the pashas and presented by them to the Sultan included Poles, Bohemians, Russians, Italians, and Germans. These recruits were divided into 2 classes. Those who composed the one, especially in the earlier periods, were sent to Anatolia, where they were trained to agricultural labor, and instructed in the Mussulman faith, or they were retained about the seraglio, where they carried wood and water, and were employed in the gardens, in the boats, or upon the public buildings, always under the direction of an overseer, who with a stick compelled them to work. The others, in whom traces of a higher character were discernible, were placed in one of the 4 seraglios of Adrianople or Galata, or the old or new one at Constantinople. Here they were lightly clad in linen or in cloth of Saloniki, with caps of Prusa cloth. Teachers came every morning, who remained with them until evening, and taught them to read and write. Those who had performed hard labor were made Janissaries. Those who were educated in the seraglios became spahis, or higher officers of state. Both classes were kept under a strict discipline. The former especially were accustomed to privation of food, drink, and comfortable clothing, and to hard labor. They were exercised in shooting with the bow and arquebus by day, and spent the night in a long lighted hall with an overseer, who walked up and down and permitted no one to stir. When they were received into the corps of the Janissaries, they were placed in cloister-like barracks, in which the different odas or ortas lived so entirely in common that the military dignitaries were called from their soups and kitchens. Here not only the younger continued to obey the elders in silence and submission, but all were governed with such strictness that no one was permitted to spend the night abroad, and whoever was punished was compelled to kiss the hand of him who inflicted the punishment. The younger portion in the seraglios were kept not less strictly, every 10 being committed to the care of an inexorable attendant. They were employed in similar exercises, but likewise in study. The Grand Signior permitted them to leave the seraglio every 3 years. Those who chose to remain ascended according to their age in the immediate service of their master, from chamber to chamber, and to constantly greater pay, till they attained, perhaps, to one of the 4 great posts of the innermost chamber, from which the way to the dignity of a beglerbeg, or a capitandiri, that is, an admiral, or even of a vizier, was open. Those, on the contrary, who took advantage of this permission, entered, each one according to his previous rank, into the 4 first corps of the paid spahis, who were in the immediate service of the Sultan, and in whom he confided more than in his other bodyguards. These Janissaries were the strongest corps in the Turkish army, and many times it was their valor which saved the empire. The character of the corps gradually changed. Permission was given them to marry, then to bring their sons into the service. In 1676, the tribute of children ceased, and in 1826 the corps was broken up. The Editor. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 93. The Little Janissary, about 1453, by James M. Ludlow. At a fox hunt arranged for the amusement of Prince Mahomet, the boys who were in training to become Janissaries were present by scores, in bright-colored jackets and bearing wands round with ribbons. They ran before the prince and acted the part of hounds. When the fox was about to escape, little Michael, one of the lads, forgetting that he was only to drive the animal back, that the prince might capture it, seized it with his hands. The prince shot angrily and wounded the boy, who dashed upon him, dragged him from his horse, and threw him to the ground. The Editor. Michael learned his first lesson in subordination upon the return from the hunt. While the Janissary officers were not displeased with the prowess the little fellow had shown, even against the prince, it was foreseen that such an impetuous nature needed the curb. For 3 days he was confined to a room in solitude and silence. No one spoke or listened to him. His only attendant was an old man, both deaf and dumb, who evidently knew nothing and cared nothing for Michael's offense or its punishment. During this time the lad's suspense was terrible. Was he to be killed for having assaulted the prince? Would they take him to the torture? Perhaps this old man had been guilty of some such offense, and they had cut his tongue and bored out his ears. He had heard of the searing iron passed before the eyes, and then the lifelong darkness. When he slept, his overwrought imagination fabricated horrid dreams in which he was the victim of every species of cruelty. He fancied that he was being eaten by a kennel of foxes, to whom he is given every day until their hunger shall be satisfied, then taken away and reserved for their next meal. He tried to compute how many days he would last. Sometimes he imagined that he was exposed naked in the cold and made to stand day and night on the ice of the Marissa until he should be frozen. But his heart is so hot with his rebel spirit that it will not freeze. Once he thought that Prince Mahomet came each day and stabbed him with that pearl-set dagger he drew on him at the hunt. His dreams were too frightful to allow him to sleep long at a time, yet when awake his fears were such that he longed to get back again among the terrible creatures of his fancy. Oh, that someone would speak to him and tell him his fate! He would welcome the worst torture if only he could be allowed to talk to the torturer. After a while, rage took the place of, or at least began to alternate with, fear. He regretted that he had not killed the impudent prince. "There stands his horse," he would say to himself, marking a line on the wall. "Now I leap, seize his dagger, strike him to the heart, and before they can stop me, plunge it into my own heart, so. Ah, when I am out of this place, I will kill him, I will, and go down to hell with him." And the little frame would swell, and the eyes gleam with demoniacal light through the dusky chamber. There are deep places even in a child's soul, ay, bottomless depths, which when unfretted with temptation are so tranquil and clear that the kindliness and joy of heaven are reflected in them, warranting the saying of the old Jewish rabbis, "Every child is a prophet of the pure and loving God." But when disturbed by a sense of wrong and injury, these depths in a child's heart may rage as a cauldron hot with the fires of hell, as a geyser pouring out the wrath and hatred which we conceive to be born only in the nether world. After a time Michael's fury died away. Another feeling took its place, the crushing sense of his impotence. His will seemed to be broken by the violence of its own spasm. He was stunned by his realization of weakness. He fell with his face to the cold stones of the floor, moaning at first, but soon passing into a waking stupor in which only consciousness remained, hopeless, purposeless, without energy to strive, and without strength to cry, a perfectly passive spirit. The centipede that crawled from the dusty crevice of the walls and raised half his body to look at the strange figure lying there might have commanded him. The spider might have captured him and spun about his soul a web of destiny, if only he could have conveyed a thought of it from his tiny eyes. For as the body faints, so also does the spirit under the pressure of woe. The old mute brought in the meal on the third day, placed it beside him, and retired. An hour later he returned and found the bread untasted, the child in the same attitude, but not asleep. He touched him with his foot, but evoked no sign that his presence was recognized. He gazed for a few moments, then shook his head like an artisan who, upon inspecting some piece of work he has been making, is not satisfied with it. He summoned Selim. The old soldier, finding that his entrance did not arouse the lad, crossed his legs upon the floor beside him and waited. The light from the high window of the room fell upon Selim's wrinkled face, but it seemed as if another light, one from within, blended with it. His harsh features were permeated by a glow and softness as he gazed upon the exhausted child. His eyes filled with tears, but they were speedily dried by the stare with which he turned and looked first at the blank walls, and then following back the ray of light to the window and beyond, his soul transported far away over lands, through years, to a cottage on the banks of the Grau. He saw there a face so beautiful. Was it really of one he once called mother, or a dim and hazy recollection of a painting of a Christian Madonna he had seen in his childhood? Happy groups of village children were playing down among the lilies by the water's edge and over the hills gently sloping back from the river's bank. Their faces were as clear-cut there against the blue sky beyond the window as once, 60 years ago, they were against the green grass of the meadow. He heard again the sweet ring of the chapel bell echoing back from the jagged rocks of the opposite shore. And now the midnight alarm, a fight with strange-looking turbaned men, flames bursting from the houses of the hamlet, men shrieking with wounds, and women struggling in the arms of captors. And a little child, ah, so lonely and tired with a long march, and that child himself. His eyes rested as fondly upon Michael as did ever a father's upon his boy. But as the wind extinguishes a candle, a movement of Michael sent all the gleams gathered out of former days from old Selim's features. Severity, almost savageness, took the place of kindliness among the wrinkles of his countenance, as naturally as the waters of a rivulet, held back for a moment by a child's hands, fill again their channels. The boy raised his head. His face was pale, the eyes sunken, their natural brilliance deepened, but as that of the flashing waters is deepened when it is frozen into the glistening icicle. Or shall we say that the dancing flames of the child's eyes had become the steady glow of embered coals, their life gone out, but the hot core left there, not to cheer, only to burn. Those 3 days of silence, with their successive dramas of mystery, terror, rage, and depression, had wrought more changes in him than many years of merely external discipline would have done. The close searching glance of Selim detected all this, and also that the child was in a critical condition. The will was broken, but it was not certain that this had not been accomplished by the breaking of the entire spirit, instead of curbing, destroying it, not taming the tiger's daring, but converting it into the sluggishness and timidity of the cat. "Michael!" cried he. There was no response except the slight inclination of the head, indicating that the word had been heard. "Follow me." The lad rose mechanically, showing no interest or attention beyond that required for bodily obedience. Pausing at the doorway, the old man put his hand upon the boy's shoulder and said sternly, yet with a caution ready to change his tone, "Do you know that we have power to punish you more severely?" The words made no impression upon the child. "The bastinado, the cage." The boy raised his face, but upon it was no evidence of fear, perhaps of scorn. He had suffered so much that threats had no power over him. Selim was alarmed at these symptoms. His experience with such cases taught him that this lethargic spell must be broken at whatever cost. Feeling must be excited, and if an appeal to the child's imagination failed, physical pain must be inflicted. Something must rouse him, or insanity might ensue. A peculiar instrument of torture was a frame set with needles, point inwards. Into this sometimes the culprit was placed, and the frame screwed so close about the person that he could not move from a fixed position without forcing the needles into his flesh. This frame was put about the boy. He stared stupidly at the approaching points, but did not shrink. Selim pressed one of the needles quickly. Instantly the boy uttered a cry of pain. His face blanched with fright. The tears sprang to his eyes, and through them came an agonizing look of entreaty. Selim's whole manner changed as suddenly. Schooled as he was to harshness, to strike one's head from his shoulders at the command of the aga, without an instant's hesitation, to superintend the slow process of a discipline by torture without a remorseful thought, yet this was not his nature. And now that better, deeper, truer nature, hitherto unexercised for years, asserted itself. His heart went out to Michael the instant there was no further necessity for its restraint. "Bravo, my little hero!" cried he, catching him to his arms. "You are of the mettle of the invincibles, and henceforth only valiant deeds, bright honors, and endless pleasures are to be yours. You shall lodge with me tonight." Selim's apartment was off from the common barracks of the Janizaries. It was luxuriantly furnished in its way. Elegant rugs lay upon the marble floor. A divan with silken covering filled one end of the room. The walls were hung with a variety of richly wrought weapons and armor: short swords, long crescent-shaped scimitars, spears of polished wood headed with glistening steel, helmets, breastplates, greaves. Badges and honorary decorations shone among costly robes which had accumulated since the days when he had been a page to the Sultan Amurath I. Upon a low table reaching to the edge of the divan had been placed salvers holding cups and open dishes of silver. A Warnock entered with basins of scented water in which to wash the hands and bathe the face. Selim placed his little guest by his side upon the divan. Mustapha also appeared, and removing his shoes, made a profound and dignified salaam, quite in contrast with his usual rough and badgering manner when with Selim, then placed himself beside his comrade upon the cushions. An excellent repast was served. There was hare's flesh, chopped and rolled with rice into balls, made more savory with curry sauce. Sweet cakes, pastry of figs and candied orange blossoms excited a thirst for the sweetened water, which was so strongly flavored with the juices of fruits that the more scrupulous Moslems refused to drink it, lest they should disobey the command of the Koran prohibiting the use of wine. The two old men vied with each other in telling thrilling stories of adventure in battle and on secret service, of the romance of castles and courts, of how they won their honors and got their scars, of the favors of princes and princesses, and of exploits in which, though the rules of their order forbade their marrying, they retaliated the captivity of the maiden's eye by capturing her person. The burden of every story was the praise of the Janizary organization, which alone enabled them to attain such glories and joys. The close brotherhood which gave to each the help of all the 10,000 was commended by incidents illustrating it. They told of their aga or chief, who was more powerful than the grand vizier, for sultans made these latter by a word, and unmade them with equal caprice, often with the stroke of the sword. But to touch a hair of the aga would be for the sultan to lose the favor of the entire band, whom he regarded as the main support of his throne, as their hands had won it for his fathers. Did not the word of Mustapha and Selim at the fox hunt cow the pride of Yusef, who was next to the Kapi Aga or chief of the white eunuchs? Yet Selim and Mustapha were but captains in the Janizaries. No general in any other arm of the service would have dared to antagonize the eunuch as they did. As Michael listened, his cheeks flushed and chilled by turns with the excitement of his martial ambition. The dreams he used to have in his mountain home of being a soldier and coming back covered with badges of honor to claim Morsinia as his bride seemed to be dissolving into the reality. Nor was his ardor damped when he learned from Selim that the first step toward all this was the total surrender of himself to the service of the brotherhood, in pledging and keeping obedience to its rules. As a part of the body, like the hand, must never be severed from the rest, but keep the contact perfect in every muscle and nerve, in order to have the strength which only the health of the whole body can give to it. Selim explained to him how wrong it had been for him to seize the fox. No matter how excited he was, or how much daring it showed to do so, since he had not been ordered to seize, but only to turn the beast toward the prince. Besides, to raise a hand against the prince was treason, unless it were ordered by the chief of the Janizaries. Therefore he had been punished according to the Janizary discipline, though they would not have allowed anyone else to touch him. No, not even the Padishah himself. Michael's spirit was fully healed with such words. His depression gave way to a hotter ambition and pride of expectation than he had ever felt before. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 94 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States, and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 94, The Surrender of Rhodes, 1522, by Alphonse Marie-Louise de Lamartine. Solyman the Magnificent was a most excellent ruler, in that he improved the laws of his country, encouraged literature, and bettered the organization of the army. During his reign, the war began with Hungary, which did not come to an end for more than 200 years. One of the most famous military exploits of Solyman was his siege of the Knights of St. John on the island of Rhodes in 1522. For 4 months they made a most determined resistance, hoping for aid from some European power. None was given, however, and finally they made an honorable surrender and agreed to withdraw from the island. This the little band did, carrying with them what property could be moved. The Editor. The 40,000 peasant Greeks imprisoned for 4 months, back within the walls of a city which was crumbling about them, and which was going to deliver them to the slavery or to the sword of the Turks, murmured against the pertinacity of the knights, and implored a capitulation which would save at least their lives and their liberty from the vengeance of Solyman. They conspired openly against the oppressors of the island, who gambled the blood of their Greek subjects against a vain corporate honor. They showed each other on the neighboring archipelago and on the coast of Cilicia the Greek cities subjected to the yoke of the Turks, and enjoying under the tolerant dominion their goods, their religion, their usages, their commerce. The Greek party and the party of the knights were at drawn daggers within the walls, while the Turks were assaulting the fortifications. Solyman, informed of all by his Greek spies, resolved to open, at any cost, a broad road to the heart of the city. He accumulated in a single battery 40 pieces of the largest caliber, distributed hitherto on different bastions of the place. A continuous fire, vomiting blocks of marble and lead, pulverized and at last leveled a breach inaccessible to the besieged. A torrent of balls and bombs rolled on uninterruptedly through this breach from the heights of the city to the port. The city, traversed through and through, could not unite its fragments under this perpetual rain of death. Solyman, to join persuasion to terror, ordered to be hoisted on the 10th of December a white standard upon his tent. The firing ceased. 2 Turkish parleyists approached, holding up in their hands a letter decorated with the cipher of the Sultan. Conferences were opened, and on the 22nd of December the muezzins called, in sign of conquest of Islamism, the believers to prayer from their lofty steeple on the Cathedral of St. John, converted into a minaret, while the Turkish music executed fanfares on the summit of the Tower of St. Nicholas. Solyman, meanwhile, had drawn off the army to some distance from the city, to avoid pillage, and to leave the knights and the population of Rhodes time to evacuate honorably the city defended so heroically. The Seraskier Ahmed Pasha came, in his name, to invite Velier de l'Isle-Adam to conference in his tent. The Grand Master, confident in the word of the victor, attended, accompanied by a knight of each tongue to be his witness before the entire order. The old warrior awaited long in the open air like a suppliant exposed to the wind and snow before the tent of Solyman, till the divan, at the time in session, should have finished its deliberations. The Sultan, informed of his lack of respect to age, to rank and to misfortune, hastened to send him a caftan and a police of honor, and to have him introduced into his presence with all the ceremony of sovereign to sovereign. He complimented him upon his courage and his virtue, worthy, he said, of the great warriors of whom he had read in history. He congratulated the Christians on having heroes such as he. "If I had servants as valiant as you," added he, "I should prize them higher than one of my kingdoms." Villiers de l'Isle-Adam wore upon his countenance the grief and humiliation of one vanquished. "Console thyself," said the Sultan to him. "It is the lot of sovereigns and warriors like us to conquer and to lose by turns, at the whim of fortune, cities and provinces." He accorded the Grand Master and the knights all the conditions of surety and honor in their retreat, compatible with victory. L'Isle-Adam returned to the city as admired by the vanquisher as by the vanquished. The day following, Solyman, dressed as common ikinji, irregular cavalrymen, and attended only by 2 pages in the same costume, mounted a horse and came to visit, under guarantee of truce, the city which he was going at last to possess. He entered at the hour of the repast of the knights, the palace of the Grand Master, and the hall wherein these monk warriors messed in common. He asked to see L'Isle-Adam through one of his pages, who spoke Greek. L'Isle-Adam, recognizing the Sultan, received him as guest and not as sovereign. The young man and the old man conversed a long time on the terrace of the palace, which commands a view of the city, of the sea, and of Asia Minor, encircled like a garden by the snow-capped mountains of Cilicia. The Sultan, penetrated with esteem for the hero of Rhodes, proposed to him a longer delay and easier conditions for the evacuation of the island. The Grand Master made him a present of 4 magnificent cups of gold enriched with topazes, which decorated the treasury of the order. Solyman was affected to tears on contemplating the preparations for eternal exile, the victory and the capitulation imposed upon these aged officers of Rhodes, of whom this island was become the country. "It is not without sorrow and shame," said he to his pages in remounting his horse, "that I force this venerable Christian to abandon in his gray hairs his home and his possessions." L'Isle-Adam, to hide from the day the shame and tears of his departure, embarked in the night upon the galleys of the order, and on the Greek vessels lent by Solyman, with 5,000 inhabitants of the island, knights or families of the island attached to the order, and who prefer to follow its fortunes to residency in a country subjected thenceforth to Mussulmans. The vessels of L'Isle-Adam, tossed about by the wintry waves, wandered from shoal to shoal across the archipelago for 22 days before attaining one by one the Venetian side of the island of Candia. Villiers de l'Isle-Adam debarked here with his colony of exiles, and passing them in review upon the beach, wept with them their lost country. He passed the winter at Candia, in the jealous and cold hospitality of the Venetians. The kings of Europe, indifferent to the decay of this sovereign monastery of warriors, which thenceforth embarrassed rather than served their policy, remained deaf to the complaints of the knights. The King of Spain, more docile to the influences of Rome, accorded them the island of Malta, then arid and unpeopled, as an advanced post, not now against Asia, but against Africa. They carried thither the feudal, monastic, and aristocratic spirit, that obsolete genius of the institution born of other times, of which could have been preserved but in an island. L'Isle-Adam, on landing on his barren rock, without other horizon than the waves between Africa and Spain, regretted bitterly the verdant hills, the glades, the purling waters, and the majestic prospects of Rhodes. The landed wealth of the order, still intact upon the continent, rebuilt in a few years a city, ports, and powerful arsenals on the rocks of Malta. But the remoteness from the coast of Asia, the idleness, the opulence, the decay of the religious spirit, the licentious morals of a military fraternity who had the rules without the faith of a monastic institution, in fine, ambition, intrigue, national rivalries, depraved rapidly this convent of nobles and soldiers, a posthumous vestige of the Crusades destined to perish by the Christians themselves. The hero of Rhodes, L'Isle-Adam, already a witness at Malta of this corruption of the institution of which he had illustrated the fall, died of grief rather than old age, in contemplating the vices, the disorders, and the insubordination of this military anarchy which fanaticism itself had ceased to sanctify. But the fame and virtues of this great man prolonged the destinies of the order by the immortality of his name. End of section 94.
Section 95 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 95. A visit to the wife of Solyman the Magnificent, 16th century, translated from a Genoese letter. When I entered the kiosk in which she lives, I was received by many eunuchs in splendid costume blazing with jewels and carrying scimitars in their hands. They led me to an inner vestibule where I was divested of my cloak and shoes and regaled with refreshments. Presently an elderly woman, very richly dressed, accompanied by a number of young girls, approached me, and after the usual salutation, informed me that the Sultana Asseki was ready to see me. All the walls of the kiosk in which she lives are covered with the most beautiful Persian tiles, and the floors are of cedar and sandalwood, which gives out the most delicious odor. I advanced through an endless row of bending female slaves, who stood on either side of my path. At the entrance to the apartment in which the Sultan's wife condescended to receive me, the elderly lady who had accompanied me all the time made me a profound reverence, and beckoned to two girls to give me their aid, so that I passed into the presence of the Sultan's wife, leaning upon their shoulders. The Sultana, who is a stout but beautiful young woman, sat upon silk cushions striped with silver, near a latticed window overlooking the sea. Numerous slave women, blazing with jewels, attended upon her, holding fans, pipes for smoking, and many objects of value. When we had selected from these, the great lady who rose to receive me extended her hand and kissed me on the brow, and made me sit at the edge of the divan on which she reclined. She asked many questions concerning our country and our religion, of which she knew nothing whatever, and which I answered as modestly and discreetly as I could. I was surprised to notice, when I had finished my narrative, that the room was full of women, who, impelled by curiosity, had come to see me, and to hear what I had to say. The Sultana now entertained me with an exhibition of dancing girls and music, which was very delectable. When the dancing and music were over, refreshments were served upon trays of solid gold sparkling with jewels. As it was growing late, and I felt afraid to remain longer, lest I should vex Her Highness, I made a motion of rising to leave. She immediately clapped her hands, and several slaves came forward, in obedience to her whispered commands, carrying trays heaped up with beautiful stuffs and some silver articles of fine workmanship, which the princess pressed me to accept. After the usual salutations, the old woman who first escorted me into the imperial presence conducted me out, and I was led from the room in precisely the same manner in which I had entered it, down to the foot of the staircase, where my own attendants awaited me. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 96. Dining with the Sultana, 1718. By Lady Mary Wortley Montagu. I was led into a large room, with a sofa the whole length of it, adorned with white marble pillars, like a rule, covered with pale blue figured velvet, on a silver ground, with cushions of the same, where I was desired to repose till the Sultana appeared, who had contrived this manner of reception to avoid rising up at my entrance. Though she made me an inclination of her head when I rose up to her, I was very glad to observe a lady that had been distinguished by the favor of an emperor, to whom beauties were every day presented from all parts of the world. But she did not seem to me to have ever been half so beautiful as the fair Fatima I saw at Adrianople, though she had the remains of a fine face, more decayed by sorrow than by time. But her dress was something so surprisingly rich, I cannot forbear describing it to you. She wore a vest called donalma, and which differs from a caftan by longer sleeves, and folding over at the bottom. It was of purple cloth, straight to her shape, and thick set, on each side, down to her feet, and round the sleeves, with pearls of the best water of the same size as their buttons commonly are. You must not suppose I mean as large as those of my lord, but about the bigness of a pea, and to these buttons large loops of diamonds in the form of these gold loops, so common upon birthday coats. This habit was tied at the waist with 2 large tassels of smaller pearl, and round the arms embroidered with large diamonds. Her shift fastened at the bottom with a great diamond, shaped like a lozenge. Her girdle as broad as the broadest English ribbon, entirely covered with diamonds. Round her neck she wore 3 chains, which reached to her knees, one of large pearl, at the bottom of which hung a fine colored emerald, as big as a turkey egg, another consisting of 200 emeralds close joined together, of the most lively green, perfectly matched, every one as large as a half-crown piece, and as thick as 3 crown pieces, and another of small emeralds, perfectly round. But her earrings eclipsed all the rest. They were 2 diamonds shaped exactly like pears, as large as a big hazelnut. Round her talpoke she had 4 strings of pearls, the whitest and most perfect in the world, least enough to make 4 necklaces, every one as large as the Duchess of Marlborough's, and of the same size, fastened with 2 roses, consisting of a large ruby for the middle stone, and round them 20 drops of clean diamonds to each. Beside this, her headdress was covered with bodkins of emeralds and diamonds. She wore large diamond bracelets, and had 5 rings on her fingers, all single diamonds, except Mr. Pitt's, the largest I ever saw in my life. It is for jewelers to compute the value of these things, but, according to the common estimation of jewels in our part of the world, her whole dress must be worth above 100,000 pounds sterling. This I am very sure of, that no European queen has half the quantity, and the empress's jewels, though very fine, would look very mean near hers. She gave me a dinner of 50 dishes of meat, which, after their fashion, were placed on the table but one at a time, and was extremely tedious. But the magnificence of her table answered very well to that of her dress. The knives were of gold, the halves set with diamonds, but the piece of luxury that grieved my eyes was the tablecloth and napkins, which were all Tiffany, embroidered with silks and gold, in the finest manner, in natural flowers. It was with the utmost regret that I made use of these costly napkins, as finely wrought as the finest handkerchiefs that ever came out of this country. You may be sure that they were entirely spoiled before dinner was over. The sherbet, which is the liquor they drink at meals, was served in china bowls, but the covers and salvers were massy gold. After dinner, water was brought in a gold basin, and towels of the same kind as the napkins, which I very unwillingly wiped my hands upon, and coffee was served in china with gold sucos. The Sultana seemed in very good humor, and talked to me with the utmost civility. I did not omit this opportunity of learning all that I possibly could of the seraglio, which is so entirely unknown among us. She never mentioned the Sultan without tears in her eyes, yet she seemed very fond of the discourse. "My past happiness," said she, "appears a dream to me. Yet I cannot forget that I was beloved by the greatest and most lovely of mankind. I was chosen from all the rest, to make all his campaigns with him. I would not survive him, if I was not passionately fond of the princess, my daughter. Yet all my tenderness for her was hardly enough to make me preserve my life. When I lost him, I passed a whole 12-month without seeing the light. Time has softened my despair, yet I now pass some days every week in tears, devoted to the memory of my Sultan." There was no affection in these words. It was easy to see she was in a deep melancholy, though her good humor made her willing to divert me. She asked me to walk in her garden, and one of her slaves immediately brought her a pelisse of rich brocade, lined with sables. I waited on her into the garden, which had nothing in it remarkable but the fountains, and from thence she showed me all her apartments. In her bedchamber her toilet was displayed, consisting of 2 looking-glasses, the frames covered with pearls, and her night talpoche set with bodkins of jewels, and near it 3 vests of fine sables, every one of which is, at least, worth $1,000, 200 pounds English money. I don't doubt these rich habits were purposely placed in sight, but they seemed negligently thrown on the sofa. When I took my leave of her, I was complimented with perfumes, as at the Grand Vizier's, and presented with a very fine embroidered handkerchief. Her slaves were to the number of 30, besides 10 little ones, the eldest not above 7 years old. These were the most beautiful girls I ever saw, all richly dressed, and I observed that the Sultana took a great deal of pleasure in these lovely children, which is a vast expense, for there is not a handsome girl of that age to be bought under 100 pounds sterling. They wore little garlands of flowers, and their own hair, braided, which was all their headdress, but their habits all of gold stuff. These served her coffee, kneeling, brought water when she washed, etc. It is a great part of the business of the older slaves to take care of these girls, to teach them to embroider, and serve them as carefully as if they were children of the family. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 97 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Turkey Part 3. The Sick Man of Europe. Historical note. In modern times, the most determined enemy of the Ottoman Empire has been Russia. During the last 2 centuries, that country had fought 8 wars with Turkey and stripped her of much of her European territory. In the last 2 of these wars, 1853 and 1877, the Turkish Empire was only saved by the intervention of other European powers in her favour. Turkey had conquered and held her provinces by force, and by force they were wrested from her weakened grasp. In 1821, the Greeks rose against their oppressors and by the aid of European powers threw off the hated yoke. Egypt and Syria passed from Turkish control in 1840, and Serbia, Romania and Bulgaria in 1878. The abuses of the Turkish government were innumerable, and finally the Young Turk Party was formed by the more enlightened people of the country. With the first years of the 20th century, its activity increased. The sway of the Sultan, Abdul Hamid II, had long been sustained by bribes, spies and murders, until the unendurable point had been reached. In 1909 he was deposed and his brother placed upon the throne. In 1912 the Balkan states combined in an attempt to extend their territories at the expense of Turkey. In the war that followed, the Allies were victorious, but the breakdown of the alliance at the close of the war gave Turkey an opportunity to regain part of her European territory, including Adrianople, the ancient capital of the Ottoman Empire. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 98 of Russia, Austria, Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 98. The Last of the Janissaries, 1826, by Maurus Jókai. The Janissaries became more and more savage and lawless, until they were hardly more than a ferocious band of assassins. Several sultans tried their best to reform them, but to no avail. Sultan Mahmud II was determined to reorganize his army on the European plan. But the Janissaries were equally determined that this should not be. They revolted, they burned, and they slaughtered with the most horrible tortures anyone who dared even to mention any change in the organization. The Editor. The Sultan was standing on the roof of his palace, whence he could view far away the spreading scarlet glow of the conflagration which lit up the night with a terrifying glare, whose fiery columns were reflected in the black Bosphorus. Panic-stricken fugitives spread the report that the seraglio itself was in flames, and indeed it looked in the distance as if the fiery waves had reached its cupolaed towers. Mahmud spent the whole night in prayer. 2 hours after midnight a horseman arrived who had forced his way through Stambul, his good steed collapsing as it reached the cypress grove of Bashi-Bazouks. The horseman himself demanded an audience of the Sultan and was instantly admitted. A bright momentary ray of hope was visible on the face of Mahmud as he recognized the horseman. It was Tomar, now the Akinji Veriki, the bravest warrior in the 3 continents of the Ottoman Empire. When Mahmud had quitted the seraglio, he had picked out 16 young horsemen from amongst his retinue, and left them behind in the palace, with the injunction that if a rebellion should break out in Stambul, which was pretty certainly to be anticipated, they were to cut their way through the enemy and bring him word thereof. Tomar alone had arrived. The other 15 had been killed by the rebels. He had cut out a road for himself and contrived to reach Bashi-Bazouks. "The dragon has raised all the 12 heads, my master," said he to the Sultan. "Now is the time to cut them all off, or it will devour thy empire." The Sultan, who greatly loved the youth, wiped the sweat from his face with his own handkerchief, and bade him await below in the banqueting chamber. And with that he resumed his devotions. Toward 5 o'clock, when the sun rose from behind the blue hills of Asia in all its glory, the Sultan descended from the roof of his palace and commanded his servants and men-at-arms to form in rank in front of the palace. All the fighting men he had with him were 1,000 Akinjis, irregular cavalry, and about as many horsemen, Silchidars, division of paid cavalry, and Bostanjis, bodyguards. Those who had seen his face but an hour ago were amazed at the change that had come over it. Its generally mild and peaceful expression had given place to a proud resentment and a death-defying audacity. He embraced his wife and the Sultana Aseki, and finally his son, the heir to the throne. Not a tear was visible on his face as he embraced his beloved ones. They all noticed a new vigor flashing from his eyes. He looked as if he were inspired. He had no need now for anyone to encourage him. As he held one arm round his wife and the other round his child, he said to them, "And now I go. My path leads me into Stamboul. Whether it will lead me back again I know not, but I swear that if I do return, it will be as the veritable ruler of my realm. What will ye do if I perish?" The face of Milieva glowed at this question. She led Mahmud aside into the back part of the room. There the Sultan perceived a large heap of pillows and cushions. "If Mahmud perishes," said the Circassian girl enthusiastically, "those who love him will discover a way of following him. Yea, thine enemies, when they look for us, will only find our ashes here." Mahmud kissed the girl on the forehead. She was indeed worthy to sit at the foot of the throne. With that he descended into the courtyard, and they led his good steed in front of the arched door. The Sultan beckoned to Tamar to hold the reins while he mounted. Then he detached an agate from the heron plume that waved above his turban and fastened it on the fez of the youth as he knelt before him. "I name thee leader of the Akinjis. And now, whoever has a sword, let him show that he is worthy of our ancestors." With those words the Padishah drew his scimitar, and galloping to the front of his horsemen, took the place of command. A moment later the little host was already on its way to Stamboul. In front marched the Akinjis with glittering bayonets. In the center was the Sultan with his suite. The rear was brought up by the horsemen and the gardeners. Every one of them was resolved to die honorably and gloriously. On reaching the city, the bold band met at first with but little opposition, for they came unawares. The rebels were weary from the exertions of the previous night. After putting out the conflagration, the mob had set to work plundering, and towards morning the greater part of it had dispersed among the coffee houses and other places of amusement. Mahmud and his aggressive band met with no opposition right up to the Seraglio. The streets indeed were thronged by a noisy mob, but it made way at once before the serried ranks of the Akinjis. None insulted the Sultan by so much as an offensive word. On the contrary, cries of admiration were audible here and there. Men were astounded when they beheld the Padishah appear with a handful of armed men amidst the raging tempest, and permitted him to enter the gates of the Seraglio in peace. The shout bursting through all the doors, which resounded for some minutes from the inside of the palace, announced to those outside what courage the appearance of the Sultan had instilled into the hearts of those of his warriors who were shut up in the Seraglio. Kara Makan, full of amazement, withdrew the bulk of the rebels from the Grand Signior's palace and massed the Janissaries near the Etmedin, where banners were hoisted side by side with the subverted kettles. At the corners of the streets the wild priests of Beltash continued to incite the agitated mob with hoarse cries, and from the summits of the minarets the horns of the rebels sounded continuously, only ceasing at such times as the imams summoned the people of Osman to glorify Allah about the 5th hour of the day. At the sound of the namazat, even the furious popular tempest abated, only beginning again when the last notes of the call to prayer ceased to resound. Stamboul was literally turned upside down, and the dregs were swimming on the surface. The confraternity of porters, the water carriers, the boatmen, all stood by the Janissaries and swelled enormously the bulk of the rebels. Every mosque, every barrack was in their power. Even the towers of the Dardanelles had opened their gates to the Jamaki, who were in alliance with the Janissaries. The Sultan was shut up in his own palace. The Janissaries intended to carry the edifice of the Sublime Porta by assault, and had therefore sent forth criers to the Jebejis, or camp blacksmiths, who were encamped with the heavy cannons on the grounds of the Mosque of Sophia, to invite them to begin the siege. The emissaries of the Janissaries, in brief, savage harangues, called upon the Jebejis to put their hands to the bloody work. The latter listened to them, but for a long time hesitated. Suddenly a shot fired from amongst the crowd struck one of the speakers, who fell down dead, whereupon the other Jebejis rushed upon the envoys of the Janissaries, cut them down, and flinging their severed heads into a heap, shouted, "Long live the Sultan!" And with that they proceeded in front of it and turned their guns against the rebels. Towards midday, amidst strains of martial music, the Kapudam Pasha Ibrahim, whose nickname was the Infernal, arrived with 4,000 marines and 14 guns. A quarter of an hour later were to be seen in the proximity of the Jolly Kiosk the overwhelming forces of the Grand Vizier Mohammed, who, under the protection of the night, had got together the hosts of Asia, which had always been opposed to the Janissaries. The Janissary Aga was there too, with the Komporajis from Tophana. The concentrating masses welcomed one another with bloodthirsty greeting. It was evident from the faces of the leaders that they were determined not to retreat a step on the path they had taken. The last hour of the Janissaries, or of the Ottoman Empire, had struck. And now the gates of the Seraglio were thrown open, and escorted by the high officers of state and the ulamas, the Sultan came forth. The ulamas, the imams, and the officers of the army stood in a semicircle round the gate. The Sultan remained standing on the highest step. There he stood in the full regalia of the padishahs, holding in one hand the banner of the Prophet, and in the other a drawn sword. "What do the rebels desire?" exclaimed with a loud, penetrating voice the Sheikh-ul-Islam. "Who rise up against Allah and against the head of the faith, the Padishah?" The chief mufti replied with unction, "It is written in the Koran, if the infidels rise against their brethren, let them die the death. Then swear by the banner of the Prophet that ye will root out them who have risen up against me." The viziers kissed the holy flag and took the oath to defend it to the last drop of their blood. "And now close the gates," commanded the Sultan, and immediately he sent orders to the warders of all the gates of Stamboul to let nobody either out or in. One of the opposing hosts was never to leave the city alive. "Long live to the Sultan! Death to the Janissaries!" resounded from 15,000 lips in front of the Seraglio. The Sultan would have led his army in person against the rebels, but his generals fell down on their knees and implored him, in the name of the Prophet, not to expose his life to danger. Let him at least give his sword to the Grand Vizier, that he might not soil it in the blood of rebels. So the gates were shut. The circumstance filled the hearts of the rebels with terror. They foresaw that this day would now be followed by another. The hand of indulgence, of reconciliation, now grasped the weapons of war, of massacre. They all assembled round the Etmaidan, pulled down the buildings in the street, and made barricades of them. It's a bad sign for a rebellion when it has to look to its defense. The forces of the Grand Vizier slowly approached, amidst the roll of kettle-drums. The Durban Aga appeared in front of the barricades of the Janissaries with the Sanjak-i-Sharif in his hand, and summoned the rebels to disperse and return to the allegiance of the sacred banner. The rebels drowned his speech in curses, and above the curses rose the thundering voice of Kara Makan, hounding on the fanatical mob against the destroyers of the faith of Osman. "Wipe out these new ordinances. Give up the heads of the godless ones who sign their names below the Khat-i Sharif. to wit, the Janizary Aga, the Grand Vizier, the Chief Mufti, and Negjib Effendi. This is what the Ortas companies of the Janizaries demand, and their honest confederates, the Jamaki, the Kayikchis, and the Hamalooks, who remain faithful to the God of the Muslimin. Thrice did the Durban Aga summon the rebels to surrender, and thrice did he receive the same answer. They demanded the heads of the viziers. Mahmud's predecessor had, on a similar request, surrendered the heads of the viziers. Mahmud broke his sword in two above their heads, and, throwing the broken pieces in the dust, exclaimed, "Just as I now break in two this sword, and nobody shall weld it together again, so also shall ye be overthrown, and none shall raise you up again." The next moment the cannons of Ibrahim the Infernal thundered forth their volleys from the Etmeidan. The bombs tore through the rickety wooden barriers, and through the breach thus made rushed Hussein Pasha at the head of the Ikinjis, with Tomar Bey by his side. The appearance of the detested new soldiers was greeted by the Janizaries with a furious howl, but the very first moment convinced them that the bayonet was a very much more powerful weapon than the dirk. Tomar Bey headed the charge in person, making a way for himself with his bayonet and clearing the ranks of the insurgents like a sharp wedge. On this side there was no deliverance, so now, with the fury of despair, the insurgents flung themselves on the guns of Ibrahim Pasha, 3 times charging his death-vomiting batteries and thrice recoiling, leaving the ground covered with their corpses, the terrible grape-shot mowing them down in heaps. It was all over. The flower of Bektas's garden vanquished, humbled by the new soldiers, fled for refuge to the huge quadrangular barracks which occupied the ground at the rear of the Etmeidan. Karamakhan did not live to experience that hour of humiliation. A cannonball took off his head so cleanly that his body could only be identified by his girdle. Within the walls of the barracks, the Janizaries made ready for their last desperate combat. It was now late. Ibrahim the Infernal began to bombard the barracks with red-hot bullets, and within an hour's time the whole of the enormous building was in flames. Those who were inside the gates remained there, for there they were doomed to perish together. Amidst the roaring of the flames, their death cries were audible, but the flames grew stronger every moment, and the cry of their mortal anguish waxed fainter. The generals stood around the building, and tears glittered in more eyes than one. After all, it had been a valiant host. Had been. Those words explain their doom. On that day 20,000 Janizaries fell by the command of the Padishah. Those whom the bullet and the sword did not reach perished by the axe and the bowstring. Their bodies were given to the Bosphorus, and for a long time afterwards the billows of distant seas cast their headless trunks on the shores of countries far away. These were the flowers of the Bektash. And so the name of the Janizaries was blotted out of the annals of Ottoman history. The wearing of their uniforms and their insignia was forbidden under sentence of death. Their barracks were leveled with the ground, their banners were torn to bits, their kettles were smashed to pieces, their memory was made accursed. The order of the priests of Bektash was abolished forever. Their religious homes were destroyed, their possessions confiscated. Thus came to an end a soldiery which had existed for centuries, which the wise Scendeleri founded, and which had won so many glorious triumphs for the Ottoman arms. It was now unlawful to mention its very name. End of section 98.
Section 99 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Muezzin by Jean Léon Gérôme, French artist, 1824 to 1904. Painting, page 528. Far above the sleeping city, whose domes and flat roofs indicate it to be in the east, is the richness of the midnight sky, its quiet intensified by the silence of the burning stars. Straight athwart the heavens rises the minaret of a mosque, and on the little platform at the top stands the muezzin. His business is 7 times a day to give the call for prayers. At dawn, noon, 4 in the afternoon, sunset and nightfall, and twice during the night, he must cry aloud, Allah is great. There is no God but Allah. Mohammed is the prophet of Allah. Come to prayers, come to salvation. There is no God but Allah. One of the sects adds, before the early morning call, prayers are better than sleep. The work of the muezzin brings generous reward, for he who performs well its duties has made sure of his admission into paradise. Of the muezzin, Pierre Loti says, now they are beginning their chanting call, those voices for which they wait. Men who dwell in the tops of these shafts, lost in the high luminous haze, hosts of the air, near neighbours it might seem to the moon tonight, suddenly break into song like birds in a sort of thrilling rapture that has come over them. These men have been chosen for their rare gifts of voice, or they could not be heard from the summit of those prodigious towers. Not a sound is lost, not a word of what they chant fails to come down to us, clear, fluent, and articulate. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 100 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 100. The House of Fear, 1908, by Francis McCullagh. The Sultan Abdul Hamid, who was deposed in 1909, lived in constant dread of assassination. This will account for the peculiarities of the House of Fear. The Editor. As for the Sultan's residence, the Küçük Mabine, or Little Harem, it is a medium-sized, 2-storied modern wooden bungalow of no architectural distinction whatever. Rather smaller than the Kew Palace, it contains far more rooms and passages. The lower windows are protected by light iron bars, the upper not. But in this respect, the Little Mabine is no different from any of the other kiosks. The house contains about a dozen rooms, distributed in a haphazard way, and not made, as in European houses, to correspond with the windows. This lack of arrangement was, it is said, due to Abdul Hamid himself, who took a keen, though unenlightened interest in his numerous building operations, the object being to mislead the would-be assassin for whom the ex-sultan has been waiting for the last 30 years, if that assassin were so foolish as to imagine that he could judge of the distribution of the apartments from the arrangement of the windows. This, then, was the house of fear, a house of fear for the ruled, but infinitely more the house of fear of the ruler. Many exaggerations have been indulged in at the expense of Abd ul Hamid, but on the score of his timidity it would be difficult to exaggerate. His house is a standing monument to the greatness of his cowardice and the littleness of his mind. Accident, tradition, fashion, family influence, public opinion, lack of means, or of inclination to express oneself in stone and mortar, generally bring it to pass that a man's individuality cannot always be accurately gauged from the architecture of his house or the arrangement of his rooms. The possessor of ducal halls may have the mind of a costermonger, and a lodger in an attic may have the mind of a king. But in the case of Abd ul Hamid, most of the influences whereof I have just spoken did not act. In one way even tradition was unexpectedly weak, as is shown by the very slight attention which the ex-sultan paid to Islamic customs in the architecture and in the furnishing of his residence. But tradition forced the sultan to build and to continue building. In the first place, there was the Roman tradition, inherited by the Osmanli, which makes building the work of kings. In the second place, there was the traditional Oriental superstition that the more a man builds, the longer he will live. Moreover, the necessity for seclusion in the case of a man like Abd ul Hamid made the erection of new palaces advisable. Hence Abd ul Hamid built, and as he was wealthy, he could make his palace an accurate representation of his own mind, could knead it like clay in his hands, could tumble down, rebuild, and alter as much as he liked, just as a painter might efface line after line until he had got exactly what he wanted, without fear of encountering the faintest opposition from any quarter. The result was an architectural horror such as the world never saw before, not even in the days of decaying Rome, for Diocletian's villa is even yet beautiful and imposing. The wilderness of ugly kiosks, pavilions, chalets, and belvedere, which go under the general name of Yildiz, has no master thought, no dominant inspiration, unless it be fear. Everything in Yildiz bears the imprint of the curious and crooked mind which called it into existence. Safety from pursuit and assassination seems to have been the main object in view. "It is not a palace," said one of the deputies who took part in the examination of it. "It is a labyrinth. It has the air of having been constructed with the unique object of rendering pursuit along the corridors impossible." No one can imagine the sultan's residence without coming to the conclusion that it was the production and the abode of fear unutterable. Like the Caligula and Domitian described for us by Suetonius, Abd ul Hamid was almost insane. Fundamentally, indeed, he was neither a Caligula nor a Domitian, but he curiously resembled the latter in his suspiciousness, his elaborate precautions against assassination, and his intense dread of conspiracies directed against his life. To guard against conspirators getting a plan of his residence, he was continually changing its internal arrangements, walling up doors, opening new ones, narrowing passages, dividing by partitions, making windows and closing them again. The iron door which communicated with the garden was of great strength and was capable of being very firmly bolted inside. To spare himself the danger of crossing the gravel path which separated his house from the harem, the sultan had linked his residence by flying bridges to the harem on the one side and to the imperial theater on the other. His front door, which faced the harem, opened in the side of a small projecting pseudo-porch of a kind common in cheap suburban cottages in London. Opposite that undignified entrance was the reception room, which I shall describe later, wherein Abd ul Hamid received the news of his deposition. Next the reception room was a small bare sitting room with one window looking towards the harem, and in the center a table whereon stood, at the time I visited Yildiz, a bottle of medicine bearing the vague direction, "Take a glass from time to time," and a second bottle containing some kind of liqueur. From this ill-lighted apartment a narrow passage led to the room which happened to be Abd ul Hamid's bedchamber on the last night that he slept at Yildiz. It was a very small and plainly furnished room, with one window looking out on the great harem, and with a plush sofa bed near the opposite wall. On the occasion of my visit, this sofa bed was in exactly the condition in which Abd ul Hamid had left it, Tossed and tumbled about on the couch were a soft Turkish quilt, such as a draper would describe as rich satin quilt filled with pure down, and some half dozen soft silk cushions. Over a long chair near by hung a white night-dress and a cincture bearing the letter A, both belonging probably to Abdurrahmin Effendi, the sultan's favorite son, who was continually with his father during their last few days in Yildiz. Near the sultan's bed was a little rest for a coffee cup, or more probably for a revolver. In a recess cut into the wall in a corner of the room was a washstand and basin, hidden by a lacquer screen. On the wall above the couch hung a large Japanese kakemono, bearing the figure of a bird, I think an eagle. Abd ul Hamid's study was like his bedroom on the ground floor, and looked out on the garden. This was the workshop of what was probably one of the hardest working monarchs that ever lived. But when I visited the place a few months after its owner's departure, there remained little trace of that stupendous and misdirected industry, for Abd ul Hamid had dealt largely with living documents, and had never been a bookish man, and all his papers had been carted away long before to the Seraskirat. The legs of the table and of the chair in front of it were scientifically insulated, the sultan having evidently been afraid of lightning ever since an occasion when Yildiz was struck by it. On the table were some copies of the fatal Serbesti newspaper, which had played such a role at the time of the mutiny, also an old report from the Turkish embassy in London regarding the indignation meetings provoked by the Armenian massacres. It is well known that, like Peter the Great, Prince Nikolai Andreyich, and other famous historical and imaginary characters, Abd ul Hamid was an enthusiastic carpenter, and upstairs the most remarkable room in his palace was a carpenter's workshop, fitted with all the necessary appliances and tools. The latter, to judge from their discolored handles, must have been often used. The sultan seems to have been fond of inlaid work, preferring generally an inlay of various colored woods, also of pearl, and some 5 or 6 panels in his study are said to be his work. They look like it, says an expert who has examined them. The drawing is bad, and the mixture of colored woods quite vulgar. The workmanship, however, is neat and accurate. What struck one about all the rooms, and particularly about this carpenter's room, was their small size. Their owner seemed to require little more space than a cat, and was evidently not a monarch who delighted in striding up and down lofty halls. There were only 2 large rooms in the palace, but Abd ul Hamid seldom entered them. Near the carpenter's shop was the bathroom, where the Padishah is said to have often taken milk baths, and to have elaborately made up for his public appearances by means of paints and dyes. It was a comparatively large apartment. The walls were covered with white glazed tiles, and the cupboards filled with hair restorers, complexion restorers, patent medicines, and quack remedies guaranteed to rejuvenate the most senile. A calendar in the bathroom bore the date April 15, the day the Macedonians began their march. In a glass cabinet in one of the rooms upstairs was a collection of gold-mounted revolvers and automatic pistols, rapiers, and rifles, evidently presents. Downstairs there was also a collection of revolvers, not gold-mounted. These weapons were not merely for show, as it is well known that the sultan constantly practiced with them and was a very good shot. In the garden he fitted up a rifle range with moving figures. There were in one of the rooms 2 stiff padded waistcoats, which stood upright of themselves, and which were said to contain the famous coats of armor which the sultan used. But they were of light weight, and I am doubtful if either of them would have stopped a Mauser pistol bullet at close range. One of these vests was covered with silk, and the padishah wore it under the impression that it would also protect him against lightning. The windows were not properly painted. There was a large hole in one of the carpets, and the furniture was at once extraordinarily incongruous and extraordinarily abundant. Sometimes in one and the same room you had imitation Louis XVI Empire, Japanese Art Nouveau, and several other styles. The only thing you had not was the old Turkish style. Despite all his efforts to pose as the religious chief of Islam, Abd ul Hamid furnished his house in what he conceived to be European fashion, and as he was, after all, little more than an ignorant peasant, the whole effect was tasteless and vulgar. I have said that the furniture was extraordinarily abundant. So numerous, indeed, were the presses, wardrobes, chests of drawers, cupboards, and unsightly old bedsteads which filled the rooms and lined some of the corridors, that the place looked like an auctioneer's showroom, or like a depot used for the storage of a miscellaneous collection of furniture seized for debt from people in different walks of life and with widely divergent tastes. Like everything else in Yildiz, this array of old furniture in the corridors had a meaning. It meant that the padishah, fearing that these particular corridors were not sufficiently narrow, had determined to narrow them in this way. Sometimes he attained the same object by moving the walls more closely together, his aim being to prevent two or more assassins from coming abreast into his presence. Of one man at a time he was not apparently afraid, for as the bullet holes in the bull's eyes and movable man-shaped targets in his private revolver range indicated, he was a very good shot, and besides the revolver which he continually carried in his breast pocket, he always had numbers of loaded pistols and revolvers lying within reach of his hand. When the Macedonians entered Yildiz, they found loaded firearms lying about almost everywhere, in the bathroom, cupboards, at the bedsides, and on the writing tables. In the Sultan's residence alone, over 1,000 revolvers were discovered. The presses and wardrobes contained such incredible quantities of cheap shirts, collars, socks, and underclothing that the place seemed to be a popular drapery establishment instead of a palace, and this impression was borne out by the dusty piles of large corded packages done up in brown paper which were heaped on top of the wardrobes in some of the passages. In one room there were more than 1,000 collars and shirts, many fezzes, hundreds of neckties, and an enormous quantity of writing paper, but not a single night-dress. There were also 2,000 waistcoats, all of them evidently intended for the Sultan, but none of them ever worn by him, and over 20,000 keys. Like all half-savage natures, Abdul Hamid seemed to be very fond of fancy clocks, for he had an incredibly large collection, most of them gilt productions of American manufacture. The fireproof safe in which the Sultan kept his papers was very large and modern. It was fitted into the wall of the study, not far from the imperial bedroom. The outer steel doors were large enough to admit the entrance of several men at once. Inside these were two large safes and many smaller drawer-like safes arranged in rows in the steel walls. The whole was lighted by electricity and reminded one of a safe deposit vault in a bank. Sometimes one felt inclined to conclude that the house had been furnished with presents, books, and samples of furniture, etc., sent by foreign firms and foreign potentates. Most of the books were German and dealt with war, with the German army, and with Turkish history and geography, which means that German authors and publishers sent more free copies to the Sultan than did the authors and publishers of other nations. There were also, however, many recently published books on Turkey in English and French. Among them were some well-bound trade catalogues, which the Sultan's librarian had probably regarded as serious literature, and some pro-Turkish treatises with the Turkophile passages heavily underlined, evidently by the gifted author. One very large and magnificently bound volume, which was not kept in a bookcase, however, but on a table in one of the upstairs rooms, was a present from the Czar of Russia, of whose coronation it gave a minute account, accompanied by many gorgeous illustrations. Judging from the appearance of this work and from the inscriptions it bore, I should think that only a few copies of it had been specially printed in Moscow for distribution among crowned heads and rulers of states. Another costly present, which stood on a bracket in the same room, a large room situated above the reception room, was a photograph of the imperial family of Germany, in a frame which sparkled with precious stones. This was a present from William II to Abdul Hamid on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the latter's accession to the throne. On a table stood a clock encrusted with fine stones, the gift of the Czar of Russia. There were also, of course, portfolios and photo albums filled with photographs of crowned heads and imperial princes, but I could see nothing in the shape of a present from St. James's or from the White House. The other large room upstairs was a state bedchamber containing an elaborate double bed of the usual frigid and magnificent kind which one sees in European palaces, that is, with a canopy, curtains, the imperial arms above the pillow, etc. Close by were a lavabo and several armchairs, while on a table at the foot of the bed lay a menu dated May 25, 1324, of the Turkish calendar, that is, 14 months previously. Every room in the palace was provided with a sofa whereon the Sultan could sleep if he felt inclined, but nobody ever knew in what room he would sleep on any given night. Before retiring to rest, he would sometimes call his attendants and say to them, "Keep a good lookout. I'm going to sleep tonight in this room," after which he would invariably go and sleep somewhere else. It was a decided relief to escape from this monomania of fear into the servants' quarter. Near Abdul Hamid's last bedchamber in Yildiz was the rough bed of a soldier, and farther back were small rooms wherein a large number of servants slept on mattresses spread on the floor. Empty bottles containing the stumps of burnt-down tallow candles and fragments of the exceedingly plain-spoken and broadly humorous literature of old Arabia pointed to the fact that some of the soldiers read themselves and the others to sleep, while their imperial master was probably lying awake, awaiting the coming of that assassin who never came. Returning to the sultan's part of the house, we are surprised by the number of Japanese fans and screens which must have been bought by Abdul Hamid from the local Japanese dealer, or presented by the latter to the padishah on behalf of the Mikado. Near the outer door stood a large camera. The only picture I saw was a most extraordinary performance in oils, which looked like the work of a schoolboy, but which is said to have been painted by the padishah himself. It represented a number of bearded men, dressed like French priests and standing in a caique or boat, playing musical instruments and singing. The caicqueji or boatman extends a purse of gold towards the shore, on which dance a troop of naked women. It is said that a resemblance has been traced between the faces of the men in the boat and those of Midhat Pasha and the other reformers, and that the sultan meant to indicate that constitutionalism would bring in its wake Christianity, corruption, and immorality. But that such a hideous daub should have been hung up near the sultan's bedroom is surprising, unless on the assumption that the sultan painted it himself. The famous garden of Yildiz, whereon look out the reception room in which Abdul Hamid heard of his deposition, and the study where he used to sit on an insulated chair, consists of about 10 acres of park, containing some fine old trees, well-kept gravel paths, imitation and real flowers, little arbors provided, like every room in the palace, with match-boxes and ash-trays, for the ex-sultan is a great cigarette smoker, and a canal, traversed by a little treadmill boat, and provided with toy landing stages corresponding to the different landing stages on the Bosphorus. The garden is a disappointment, but there is one very extraordinary feature. The high wall which bounds it, and which also forms the inner enclosure of Yildiz, is lined throughout its entire length with the cages of birds and wild animals, not small cages, but large substantial ones, such as are used in Regent's Park. In some of these cages are monkeys and rare dogs, but the sultan seemed fondest of all kinds of birds, especially of harmless birds, such as pigeons, of which he is said to have possessed 20,000 specimens, not free, but confined in huge cages, each of which held hundreds of these birds. There were also thousands of storks, canaries, parrots, cranes, etc. Even in the outside park there were 2 zebras, 2 deer, several empty cages which had evidently accommodated large wild beasts, probably lions or tigers, a poultry yard for hens and pheasants, cages for parrots, a special section for the beautiful Angora cats, of which the sultan was particularly fond. Running about at large were a great number of rabbits, some sheep, 3 ostriches, and several gazelles. On the lake paddled a number of magnificent swans. The inside enclosure was more like a public menagerie, however, than a palace park, and I must say that an examination of it modified somewhat my opinion of Abdul Hamid. If he had collected all these animals together in order to experiment with and torture them, like Dr. Moreau, on his island, then one could say, quite so. This is just what we expected. This is exactly in keeping with the rest of his character. But the birds and animals had evidently been accustomed to be caressed and fed by a kind master. In other words, the old sultan evidently liked animals, and a man who loves animals cannot be wholly bad. End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 101 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States, and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 101, The Silent Army, 1909, by Francis McCullagh. In 1908, the Young Turks, as the Progressive Party is called, rose against Abd-ul-Hamid and forced him to grant a constitution. A year later the Sultan contrived to bring about a revolt of the garrison in Constantinople. Then the Macedonians, whose march is here described, came down upon the city, and in 10 days the Young Turks' party was in power. Abd-ul-Hamid was deposed, and his younger brother was set upon the throne as Mohammed V. The Editor. At the extremity of the Golden Horn, on the eastern side, lies the old Jewish cemetery, a bare hillside of enormous extent, covered with ancient rough blocks of stone, lying on the ground, not planted in it, and bearing the appearance of having been deposited there, haphazard, by glaciers and not by the hand of man. Altogether one of the weirdest and most extraordinary sights that even Constantinople can show. At the southern edge of this desolation lives Salih Keramet, a Turkish shepherd. All Turkish peasants are superstitious, and, after more than 40 years spent in this lonely spot, the last 10 years passed in solitude, for his childless wife died in the year 1899, Salih had become morbidly superstitious. Instead of growing accustomed to the huge adjacent graveyard, he became more and more afraid of it every day, and at night, before retiring to rest, he always looked apprehensively towards the wilderness of tombstones to see if perchance the ghosts of the Hebrews buried there were wandering abroad. On the night of Friday, April 23rd, he retired to rest at an early hour, according to his invariable custom, and at once fell into a sound sleep, for he had travelled much that day, having been to the Selamlik of the Padishah Abdul-Hamid at Yildiz-Kiosk, and having also been at the Suleiman Mosque in Stamboul to perform his devotions. During the course of the night, at what hour he could not say, for he had no clock or other means of calculating how long he slept, he was suddenly awakened by the furious barking of his dogs. Rising hastily, for he had never heard his dogs bark like that before at night, as belated travellers always give this ill-omened spot the widest possible berth, he threw a robe over his shoulders and opened the door, which, by the way, looked south, that is, in the opposite direction to the cemetery. There was a feeble clouded moon, and by its light he could see that his dogs were gathered together in a panic-stricken group outside his hut, and were barking at something which, to judge by their violent agitation, was evidently advancing on them from the adjacent cemetery. Too horror-stricken to think for a moment of investigating what the something was, Keramet stepped back to shut the door, when suddenly there appeared before his eyes a sight that struck him motionless. A host of phantoms had enveloped his hut and were rushing towards the city. Hundreds, thousands, passed, not paying any attention to him at all, but fearfully intent on some distant goal. He could not see their faces, a mercy for which he fervently thanked Allah and the Prophet. He could not hear their footsteps, though they passed at a distance of only a few yards. It was this latter circumstance that horrified him most, for he knew that no living men could pass so near without making themselves heard. Had he not remarked, at the Selamlik, that very day, how the giants of the Imperial Guard made the ground shake beneath their measured tread? Ghosts they certainly were, but not, praise be to Allah, the ghost of Hebrews. On the contrary, they were the wraiths of Moslem warriors, for did he not see the moonlight glitter on their bayonets and on the gilt verses of the Koran embroidered on their raven banners? The silence of the ghostly procession was terrible, but its voice was more terrible still, and Keramet fell on his face and implored Allah the Merciful, the Compassionate, to save him from the thunderbolts of his wrath when, at dawn of day, in Taksim Square, the silent army spoke. At that moment the vanguard of Enver Bey's detachment had reached the outskirts of Pera, and, long delayed, the tempest of God had at length burst on Yildiz. For these were, indeed, the Macedonian soldiers, and the noiselessness of their tread was due to the fact that officers and men alike wore the charik, or soft native shoe, which is akin, in its noiselessness at least, to the waraji of the Japanese. Frightfully impressive was that silent and ghostly invasion. The only living things to notice it at first, however, were Karamet, the Bekji, or native watchmen, who beat on the pavement all night with their long staves in order to frighten off evildoers, and several belated travelers, who became petrified with horror as they gazed open-mouthed on this awful hallucination, this phantom army advancing without footfall or word of command, beat of drum or blast of bugle, silent as the invading cohorts of Black Sea fog that steal down the Bosphorus in autumn. Then the dogs noticed it, the famous wise dogs of Constantinople. Distressfully they howled all night in a blood-curdling, unearthly chorus worthy of a legion of lost souls. Hark well to that piercing cry, for it is the only requiem of the old regime. Distressfully they howled, for if all of them did not see the northerners, all smelt them, and knew that the strangers had seized the city. For Stamboul now has new masters, slim, clean-built men, Slavs and Arnauts most of them, with the springy step, the bright eye, and the cheerful laugh of the Serb and Albanian mountaineer. The day of the squat, dreamy, fanatical Anatolian is past. The day of the keen and energetic Macedonian has come, and with it has come a new era in the history of Constantinople. At daybreak, when the silent army suddenly woke the city with a mighty voice, the voice of Mauser and Maxim and Krupp, the dogs, the famous wise dogs of Constantinople, suddenly changed their tactics and became silent as the grave. At the corner of Taksim barracks, where the fighting was fiercest, there was a heap of sand collected there in connection with some building operations, and into this the Taksim dogs burrowed like rabbits until the bullets ceased to fly. They could not run away, for every dog in Constantinople has its own beat, outside of which it cannot venture, without running the risk of being torn to pieces by the confrère whose territory it invades. For some days after the fighting had ceased, these dogs had disappeared from the streets, and I sometimes wondered what had become of them. Had they, like Yildiz, been swept away forever by that whirlwind from the north, or were they biding their time, consoling themselves in the mean, while with the reflection that their father saw a dozen such brilliant reformative movements come to naught, and that they or their posterity would yet enjoy the sun, stretched at full length in the grass-grown streets of Stamboul, and along the deserted quays of the Golden Horn. In the former case, Constantinople will cease to be a Turkish city, if there be any truth in the strange old Mohammedan prophecy, to which I very often heard reference made during those critical days, that when the street dogs of Constantinople leave the city, Stamboul will no longer be Mohammedan. In Constantinople they will stay as long as the Mohammedans rule the city. Under the new administration they must go, along with all the other relics of the old state of things. But it by no means follows that the Turks will go with them. The prophecy merely says that Constantinople will cease to be exclusively Turkish and Moslem. But what with Christians in the cabinet, Christians in the army, and with the declaration of the Young Turks that there must henceforth the equality for all races and religions within the empire, Stamboul has now ceased to be exclusively Turkish and Muslim. End of section 101. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 102 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Turkey, Part 4. Turkish Stories. Historical note. The early literature of the Turks was modeled upon the Persian. At least one poem of the days before the 16th century has enjoyed fame, for on public occasions every year for nearly 500 years it has been read aloud. Its subject is the birth of Muhammad. After the middle of the 16th century, poetry still followed Persian models, but prose began to imitate the work of Arabia. Much storytelling came into this period, and often the stories are arranged in cycles or cluster about some one person, as in the case of Nasr-Eddin Hoja. Fairy tales also flourished. After the Crimean War, the tendency to follow French models prevailed. End of section 102. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 103 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 103. The Lamb Bolted, a Legend of Turkish Justice. A customer one day brought to the baker of an inland town a fatted lamb, which he told him had been fattening up for months, and which he wished him to bake in his oven with the utmost care. The baker took the lamb and baked it, and as he was taking it out of the oven, the Cadi, or judge of the place, a man of great authority who was dreaded for his sternness, happening to be passing by, smelt the delicious smell of the lamb, and ordered the baker to send it to his house. "Effendi," says the baker, "the lamb is not mine. It belongs to a customer who has been fattening it for months." "Don't eat dirt," says the Cadi, "but do as I tell you, or it will be the worse for you." The poor baker, in fear and trembling, asks, "And what must I say to my customer when he comes for the lamb?" "Tell him," says the Cadi, "that the lamb bolted, and if he is obstreperous, bring the matter to my court, and I'll protect you." What could the poor baker do but obey? So he sends the lamb to the Cadi's house. Shortly after, the customer calls and asks for his lamb. "The lamb bolted," says the baker. "How can the lamb I killed yesterday bolt? Are you mad?" asks the customer. "I tell you it bolted," the baker insists. Upon which a violent quarrel begins, and the exasperated customer, who all the time is holding his little baby with his left arm, takes up one of the logs used for burning in the oven to strike the baker. The latter takes up another to defend himself. Between the furious attack and the defense, one of the logs falls violently on the poor baby's head and crushes his skull. The customer yells out, "He has murdered my child!" A crowd gathers, and infuriated by the sight of the mangled baby, rush towards the baker to wreak vengeance upon him. He, in a state of terror, flies away and takes refuge in the mosque. The crowd follows him into the mosque, regardless of its being a sanctuary, and the poor baker runs up to the summit of the minaret. But the crowd will not be denied, and rushes after him even there, and the baker at last, in despair, sooner than be torn to pieces by the infuriated mob, leaps down from the top of the minaret, and, as it happens, falls on a poor camel-driver, who is quietly eating a melon under the minaret with his brother. The camel-driver is absolutely squashed and killed on the spot, but the baker gets off unharmed. The brother begins yelling, "My brother is murdered! Vengeance on the murderer!" The mob, infuriated still further, and in increased numbers, comes on the scene again, yelling for vengeance. But the baker, outstripping it, finally finds his way to the Cadi's court, which is open. When the Cadi sees the baker and the excited crowd following, he orders the police to shut the doors of the court, and to inform the people that only plaintiffs and defendants will be admitted, and that justice will be done. The lamb owner first presents himself, with his mangled baby still in his arms, and he apostrophizes the judge thus: "Justice! I demand justice, my lord. This baker began by stealing my lamb, and then, with a log of wood, killed my baby. Here it is." And weeping copiously and loudly, he shows the baby. "What have you to say to this charge?" asks the Cadi sternly of the baker. "My lord, it was an accident," says he. "Ah," says the Cadi, "the case is a very serious one, and I must consult our holy law." So he retires into the inner chamber, and after a long delay, sufficient for 2 good pipes, purposely conceived to weary the crowd of waiting folk, he returns into the court, and says, "The court has judged. Hearken, ye people. The judgment is that inasmuch as our holy law in such matters requires an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, the nearest approach to justice in this difficult case is that the plaintiff should divorce his wife forthwith. This can easily be done by the husband's pronouncing 3 words, and give her to the baker in marriage, and that the baker should give the first child of this marriage into the hands of the plaintiff to take the place of the deceased baby." Hearing this judgment, the plaintiff, who loved his wife and did not want to part with her, said, "My lord, I repent. I withdraw the charges." The Cadi, after reprimanding him indignantly for his inconsistency, condemns him to pay costs, and acquits the baker. Then came the turn of the camel-driver's brother. He addresses the judge thus: "Justice, my lord. I demand justice. This man jumped on my brother from the top of the minaret, whilst we were eating a melon peacefully together, and squashed him to death." "What have you to say to this serious charge?" the Cadi asks the baker, who replies, "My lord, how could I from the top of the minaret see the men who were down below it? Why were they there?" The Cadi put on a grave face and said, "This is a very serious case. I must consult our holy law." So he again retires into the inner chamber, and after indulging in a long pipe, returns to the court and says, "Hearken, ye people, to the judgment of the court. Inasmuch as in this case our holy law requires an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, the court pronounces the following judgment: that the baker should be made to sit at the foot of the same minaret and eat a melon, and that the plaintiff should go to the top of it and jump down upon him." Upon which the camel-driver's brother, who did not relish an 80-foot jump, says also, "My lord, I repent. I withdraw my charge." And the Cadi, expatiating again indignantly on the inconsistency of men, condemns him to costs also. And so the baker got off scot-free, whilst the Cadi got the lamb and the costs from both plaintiffs. End of section 103.
Section 104 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.J. Burns. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 104, Stories of Nasr-Eddin Hoja. Nasr-Eddin Hoja was a real character who lived in the 14th and 15th centuries. He was the great wit of the Turks, and they are never weary of telling and retelling his stories. The Editor. The Revenge of the Hoja. Having quarreled with villagers whose cowherd he had become, he threatens them with terrible vengeance. Upon which one of them asks him, "What will you do, O Hoja? Will you let our cows stray and become the food of wolves?" "Worse than that," replies Hoja. "Will you set fire to our village?" asks the villager again. "Much worse than that," he replies. "Well, what will you do? Tell us," says the villager. "I can tell you," replies the Hoja. "I'll work for you for a whole year, and when the time comes for you to pay me my wages, I'll throw the money into your face and go away." The Hoja as a politician. On the fellow citizens of the Hoja consulting him as to the best man to elect for governor of their town, he asked them the following question: "Out of what sphere of life would the dogs choose the man to lead them?" "That of a butcher," they replied, for they would hope to get scraps of meat out of him. "Go you and do likewise with your governor," said the Hoja. The Hoja and the Thief. The Hoja's poverty was so great that there literally was nothing to be found in his hut but the rags he and his wife wore. The couple were lying on the floor one night when the wife heard a thief trying to creep in. She pushed her husband and said, "Hoja, wake! There is a thief coming in."
"Hush, hush," whispers the Hoja. "Let him come. It may please Allah to grant him something to steal, and then I'll get up and steal it back again."
The other apple. Tamerlane the Tartar, in whose court the Hoja lived for some time, one day gave him 2 beautiful apples and a letter to take to his beloved princess. On the way, he smelled the apples repeatedly, and finally, unable to resist the temptation, he eats one up. He presented the remaining apple and the letter to the princess. The letter informing her that 2 apples were sent, and in flowery language comparing their fragrancy and bloom to her own. She read the letter, and seeing only 1 apple, said, "Well, Hoja, where is the other one?" To which he replied, pointing to the apple, "That's the other one." The Hoja and the Cucumbers. When Tamerlane conquered Akshahir, a proclamation was issued that all the inhabitants should bring him tribute. He sat on his throne, and each person deposited the tribute at the foot of it. The Hoja had been summoned too, and finding, after serious consultation with his wife, that they had no silver or gold to bring, they decided to put 12 young cucumbers into a pretty basket and present them as tribute. On the way, the Hoja, being hot and hungry, ate 5 of the cucumbers, so there were only 7 left. He presented these at the foot of the throne, and Tamerlane, seeing cucumbers instead of precious things, gets into a violent rage and orders the Hoja to have a stroke of the bastinado for each of the cucumbers presented. He is thrown down at once on his stomach, and the bastinadoing begins. Notwithstanding the exquisite pain, he raises his head, strokes his beard, and loudly thanks Allah. Tamerlane, wondering, asked him,
"What are you thanking Allah for?"
"My lord," replies the Hoja,
"I was thanking Allah that I ate 5 of the cucumbers on the way, and so saved 5 strokes."
This reply so tickled Tamerlane that he took him into favor and made him his imam, or priest. How the Hoja saved his life. The Hoja, sleeping one night on his terrace, hears a thief, as he thinks, in his yard. With bow and arrow in hand, he peeps over the wall and sees the thief dressed in white, at whom he shoots his arrow, and then goes to bed again. In the morning, he goes to find the dead man, but finds instead that he has mistaken his shirt, which was hanging up to dry, for a robber, and had pierced it with the arrow, upon which he immediately, in his night-clothes, runs up into the minaret, and vigorously intones the psalm of thanksgiving. The neighbors, disturbed at an early hour, and hearing an unusual chant, all flock out into the street in night-clothes too, to see what it all means. And seeing the Hoja, they pitch into him most unmercifully.
"Men," he says to them, "wouldn't you thank Allah for having saved your lives? If I had been in my shirt, I was a dead man, for the arrow would have gone through my heart."
End of section 104. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by T.J. Burns.
Section 105 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 105. A Turkish Friendship, 18th Century, by Cheliby Yorgaki. The following story was told to Dr. Hamlin, the well-known American missionary to Turkey, by Cheliby Yorgaki, to illustrate the fashion in which life moved on in Turkey even in the 18th century. The Editor. You know the upper gate of the Egyptian Bazaar? Well, just outside of that In the crowded street my grandfather had a bread shop. His name was Johannes Giras, but always known as Johannes Ekmekgi, Johannes the bread seller. Right opposite was Ibrahim Tutungi, Ibrahim the tobacconist. They were both old men, always on friendly terms, although one was a Christian, the other a Muslim. Each took his son, a lad of 14 or 15, into his shop. The Christian boy, Johannes, was my father. The Turkish boy, right opposite, Ibrahim, became his chief friend. The two boys, Muslim and Christian, were always together when the store would allow, and finally each was considered derelict to his faith and race by forming such a close friendship. As counsel was disregarded and the two youths had made a vow of eternal friendship, the Muslim father determined to cut it short forever, although the doing of this would deprive him forever of seeing again his beloved and only son. A Muslim will do such a thing. One day Ibrahim came to Johannes and said, "I have come to bid you good-bye, Johannes. I shan't see you again for a long time." "Wherever you go," said Johannes, "I shall go too." "Yes, but now you can't. My father has made me Chibukji to the Pasha of Baghdad, and I'm going right off." Then they fell upon each other's necks and kissed and wept and separated. Ibrahim's last words were, "I shall come back to Constantinople, and I shall not come back to be Ibrahim Tutungi, nor Ibrahim Chibukji, but Ibrahim your friend." The young Ibrahim rose rapidly in favor with the Pasha. After a time he promoted him to be a writer in his great office at Baghdad, and afterwards to be a paid secretary, gave him a wife and a house, and thus Ibrahim, while yet a young man, had reached a position of honor and influence. After a few years he made him his second in office. The Kurds on the eastern border were often to be chastised, and the great and turbulent Pashalik required a firm and vigorous hand. Ibrahim was the man for the place, and Pasha and Sultan were satisfied. The next change came from the death of the old Pasha. Ibrahim was appointed in his place, and thus the Tutungi had become the great Pasha of Baghdad. He now petitioned for leave to visit Constantinople, but the Sultan replied, "When you leave, the Kurds will come down. Stay and keep your Pashalik in order." So he could not see his old home. After a while, the Pashalik of Aleppo in northern Syria had become disturbed, and one Pasha after another had failed to set things to rights. At length the Sultan said, "I will send my Pasha of Baghdad there," and accordingly he went and straightened things out immediately. Again he petitioned for leave to visit Stambul, and was as before refused. He was finally called home in a most unexpected manner. The Hunkiar Emperor, literally the bloodletter, was angry with his Grand Vizier and cut off his head. The next thing was to call Ibrahim to take his place. He was hardly installed in the Grand Vizierate at Constantinople when he sent two of his bodyguard with instructions to inquire for Johannes Giras, the bread seller, formerly near the upper gate of the Egyptian bazaar. If alive, to bring him with them; if dead, to ascertain if he left a family, and who and where, and bring him exact word. The street was a narrow one, and all the shops open in front. The people were all astounded to see the officers enter the bread store of Johannes. "Are you Johannes Giras?" "Ekmekji, I am." "How long have you been here?" "My father and grandfather were here before me." "Then you are the man. The Grand Vizier orders that we take you before him." Terror and dismay seized him. He protested that he had committed no crime. He had never been guilty of theft, murder, robbery, or anything else to be arrested for. All the people from the shops, Mussulmans and Christians, gathered round to testify that Johannes was a good and honest man, and that his accuser, whoever he might be, was the criminal. "We know nothing about it," said the officers. "Shut up your shop and come with us." It was the arrest of fate. Poor Johannes departed, and the terrors of death got hold of him. He met a neighbor from the Fanar, the Greek quarter, 2 or 3 miles distant. "Tell my wife and my 2 little boys what has happened to me. I'm going to my death. The Holy Virgin help them." Bad news traveled swiftly. The wife tore her hair and garments. The neighbors crowded in and added their death wails to the shrieks of the widow. Johannes arrived at the Vizierate, waited 2 mortal hours, unable to ascertain his accuser or why he had been arrested. At length he was called into the august presence. Throwing himself flat upon his face, he protested his innocence and begged for his life, and said, Shed not so much innocent blood, for who will care for my wife and children? They also will perish." "Get up," said the grand vizier. "I do not want your life. I wish to talk with you." He rose upon his knees with folded arms, not daring to look up. After some other questions, the grand vizier said to him, "Do you remember Ibrahim Tutungi? He was my greatest friend in my youth, but he went away and never returned. Do you think I am Ibrahim Tutungi? Why does your highness make sport of a poor man like me? I know that you are his majesty's grand vizier, but I am Ibrahim Tutungi, and you are Johannes Ekmekji." And he arose and fell upon his neck and kissed him. Johannes stepped out of death into life as suddenly as he had experienced the reverse. After talking a while, Ibrahim said, "Time presses. Come with me. Do you remember the last words I said to you nearly 40 years ago?" "I remember well," said Johannes. "You said you should come back to Constantinople. Not Ibrahim Tutungi nor Ibrahim Chibukji, but Ibrahim my friend. And so God has wonderfully fulfilled." The vizier took him to his treasury, gave him an account book, saying, "Here is recorded all that is here deposited. I hold an exact copy. You will take this, keep an exact account of all my revenues and disbursements, and manage all my financial affairs. You are to be my saraf banker. Remember," said Johannes, "that I am only a poor bread seller. Give me some humble office, and I will serve you faithfully, but I cannot be your saraf." "You are a man of good sense and an honest man," replied Ibrahim, "and you can be my banker just as well as to be a bread seller. When you get into any difficulty, come directly to me. If you send a third person, he will be your enemy. I shall always be your friend." Then clapping his hands to call his steward, he said to him, "Take my friend here, give him a fur robe, a Persian girdle, a saraf's turban, a horse ostler, chibukji, all in the uniform of my department, and send him to his home." So they arrayed him, mounted him, and in that style of splendor he issued from the grand vizier's gate. Once in the street, he was looked upon with searching eyes. Which of the old bankers has the good fortune to get the office? Recognized by no one, all bowed down to do him honor. Armenians, Greeks, Jews, Turks, Franks, all saluted him with the respect due to his master and to his place of dignity and power. For being in constant communication with the first officer of the realm, it was often a great political as well as financial office. Occasionally one would approach the Chibukji and ask, "Who is this new saraf?" "Johannes Juris Ekmekji. God is great," he would reply, and march on. As he reached his home, his son Yorgaki saw him first and cried out, "They haven't killed papa. Here he is, mamma, all alive." The desolated widow saw him dismount at their humble door, the caparisoned horse, the servants, the rich array. She fainted at the real or unreal sight and fell upon the floor. She soon revived, and all sorrow was changed to joy and exultation, in which the whole neighborhood joined. But what was he to do with horse and servants in his small and humble home? He sent them away for the night, and the following day he could have any establishment in the Greek quarter. Pleasing as a story of remarkable friendship between a Muslim and a Christian youth carried through a long life, it illustrates well the changes possible and frequent in life under the old regime. In the morning this man went out from his obscure home, a poor bread seller. Towards noon he went, as he supposed, to be bowstrung and flung into the Bosphorus. At night he returned to his home, the first Christian citizen of the empire. End of section 105. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 106 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Turkey Part 5. Stories of Turkish Life and Customs. Historical Note. The 25 million inhabitants of the Turkish Empire constitute a remarkable medley of races. Besides the Turks, who form only a minority of the population, are Kurds, Slavs, Armenians, Greeks, Arabs, and Jews. The trade of the country is for the most part in the hands of the last four peoples. Life in Turkey is in many respects exceedingly primitive. Farming is carried on, even on the great estates, in so unskilled a fashion that only the fertility of the land makes it possible to raise enough for the wants of the country. Moreover, nearly all the land belongs to the crown or the church, and the farmer is handicapped by a taxation that consumes about 1/3 of his harvest. There are a few factories, but most of the manufacturing of the land is done in the homes, where hand looms are used for weaving, and brass and copper are made into various utensils. Most of the towns contain public schools, but little attention is paid to education. About half of the inhabitants are of the Mohammedan faith. End of section 106. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 107 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The First Telegraph in Turkey, 1854, by Sir J. William Whittle. During the Crimean War, the first telegraph was established in Turkey. This wonderful invention created the greatest astonishment among the Turks, and great and bitter were the discussions as to whether it was a good or bad thing for humanity. To solve the question, it was at last decided to have a full debate by the ulema, or religious hierarchy, of the province of Smyrna, who were at the time presided over by a very wise old mullah, a judge or master. The meeting was held, and fierce was the contention. Half the ulema, being liberals, opined that the telegraph was a good thing because it quickened communications. The other half, being conservatives, asserted that it could not be a good thing, seeing that it was an invention of the devil. There seemed to be no way of arriving at a conclusion when it was perceived that their chief, the old mullah, had not yet expressed an opinion. Both parties, therefore, eagerly pressed him for his view on the subject, and agreed to abide by his decision. The old mullah replied, "My children, the telegraph is a good thing." "What?" said the conservatives indignantly. "Do you mean that it is not a work of the devil's?" "Oh, yes," replied the old man. "Assuredly it is a work of his. But why are you so dull of understanding, my children? Can't you see that if the devil is occupied going up and down the wires with each message sent, he will have less time to trouble us mortals on the earth below?" And all the ulema acknowledged the wisdom of their chief. End of section 107. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 108 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 108. Choosing a Wife for the Son. By Lucy M. J. Garnett. If the lady has a son of marriageable age, the selection of a suitable bride for him will afford her considerable occupation. For bachelorhood being held in light esteem among Muslims, the state of matrimony is correspondingly honored, and early marriages are the rule. Should no maiden among her acquaintance appear to possess all the qualifications she requires in a daughter-in-law, the hanum looks farther afield. From her friends, or from one of the numerous old women who make a living by hawking articles of dress, jewelry, cosmetics, and perfumes, from harem to harem, a class who perform all the backstair intrigue of the East, she will soon procure a list of eligible maidens, and, accompanied by one or two relatives and a professional matchmaker, set out on a tour of inspection. Personal introductions are quite unnecessary under such circumstances. The ladies are at once admitted by the portress and conducted upstairs to an anteroom, where, while being divested of their outdoor gear by another waiting maid, they announce the object of their visit. Informed of this, the lady of the house hastens to receive her visitors with all honor in the drawing-room, while her eldest daughter proceeds to dress and adorn herself with the utmost care, in order to make a favorable impression on the viewers. The two mothers, meanwhile, studiously avoiding the subject at issue, exchange conventional compliments, until the portière is raised and the maiden enters the room, becoming at once the cynosure of all eyes. She approaches to kiss, in turn, the hands of all the guests, and then serves them with coffee from the tray with which a slave has followed her into the room. After waiting to remove the empty cups, she salams low and disappears. Mashallah! The visitors, whatever their private opinion may be, are required by custom to exclaim, "What a beauty! Your daughter, Hanum Afandi, is like a full moon. What splendid hair she has, and what eyes!" And the chief viewer proceeds to expatiate on the excellent qualities and prospects of her son, states the amount of dower he is prepared to settle on his bride, and the sum to be paid to her parents, makes inquiries as to the girl's age and fortune, if any, and finally departs, saying, "If it is their kismet, they may become better acquainted." After some half-dozen girls have been thus inspected, the mother returns home to describe them to her husband and son. The selection made, intermediaries are dispatched to the family of the fortunate maiden to settle the preliminaries, and if no hitch occurs, the customary presents are exchanged and the betrothal concluded. End of section 108. This recording is in the public domain. Read by The Story Girl.
Section 109 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The World Story Volume 6, Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 109, Protestant Bread, by Cyrus Hamlin, D.D. Natives who became Christians were put out of their guilds, and therefore it became almost impossible for them to find work. Many were reduced to poverty, even to beggary. Dr. Hamlin, the president of Robert College, discovered that when Mahomet II took Constantinople in 1453, the Act of Capitulation declared that every foreign nation located in that city might have the privilege of establishing a mill and bakery. "Americans have never claimed this right," said Dr. Hamlin, "and I can therefore claim it." The first step was to obtain the firman, or formal permit, from the government. The Editor. There was some curious experience connected with the firman, which so well illustrates the way things go in Constantinople, and in the East generally, that I will narrate it. The government readily promised the firman, and had no opposition occurred, would have given it. But one of the great pashas was a very extensive owner of mills and bakeries. The mills were all horse mills then, and he evidently feared that the small steam mill proposed would grow. He knew what usually comes of giving foreigners an entering wedge. He had the immense guild also, whose interests were one with his. The promise of the firman was not performed. No government on earth was ever so skillful in putting off a thing as the Turkish. At length I began to build on the faith of the promise. We had not proceeded far before engineers from the port came to examine and take a plan of our works. I knew that foretold an interdict, and counselled all to shut the gate if they saw an officer approaching. By treaty right, no one could thus enter without an officer accompanying him from our embassy, and I was sure they would not even apply for one, but hoped to carry the point irregularly, and to arrest and imprison all the men found working. One day, at noon recess, the officer came, and Dmitri, whom he wished first of all to arrest, was standing in the street, eating bread and olives. "Where is Dmitri Kalfa?" said he to Dmitri himself. "I just saw him at the wine shop," was the cool reply. "Turn round the corner to your right, at the foot of the street." The officer soon returned. The workmen were all in the attic, the students and I were below. "Who is the master workman here?" "I am, sir." "I want the Raja master." "There is no such man here." "I arrest you all, young men, and make Paidos interdict." "Keep to work, boys. You are students, and can't be arrested in this way." "But these are workmen." "No, sir, they are all my students." An unwary workman in the attic had, in the meantime, thrust out his head, and the officer saw him. "Ho, you skulker, you are a workman. Come down here, you will go with me." "I am one of Mr. Hamlin's scholars," was the cool reply. "You a scholar? Let me hear you read." The man, who was a good carpenter and a great wag, and belonged to no particular faith, turned round, found a New Testament in Armeno-Turkish, and began to read appropriate passages. The officer was confounded. I then put my hand upon his shoulder, told him he was violating treaty rights, that he could reign on the other side of the wall, but I within, until he should come in a legal manner, and so I led him out and shut the gate. He sat down upon a stone and began to soliloquize. Such an interdict never saw I. The master workman is a foreign Hodja. The workmen are all his students. I am breaking the treaty. My soul, what reply shall I carry back? I went out and comforted him, and told him to say that if the port should violate the treaty again, I should accuse it to the embassy and the American government. And as the right was included in the capitulations, I should inform other embassies of the act. It can enter this establishment again only through our embassy. The Turkish government had placed itself in a false position. It must now apply to the embassy and ignore its oft-repeated promise, or it must give the firman. It wisely chose the latter, and the interdict became the amusement of the village, and the chagrin of the pasha and bakers who had instigated it. A very slight matter secured a large patronage to the bakery. Our bread was made a little overweight, instead of following the example of the bakers, who always made it a little underweight. As often as the examiners tried our bread, they said, "Mashallah," and passed on. The people soon learned the fact, and the amount of time that they would spend to obtain this bread would exceed in value fourfold the difference of weight they would thus gain. The truth is, all men like to be treated well in a bargain, and do not so much mind the amount. We had introduced another improvement. Attempts had been made to bring into market yeast bread, but had failed. The bread of the country is universally leavened bread, and no one but foreigners knew anything about making bread with hop yeast. Having first mastered the art of making good hop yeast, the bread we produced became known as Protestant bread, and commanded a good sale at an advanced price. End of section 109. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 110 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 6. Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 110. The Dancing Dervishes, by Julia Pardoe. The Tekke convent is a handsome building with projecting wings, in which the community live very comfortably with their wives and children, and whence, having performed their religious duties, they sally forth to their several avocations in the city, and mingle with their fellow men upon equal terms. The dervishes are forbidden to accumulate wealth in order to enrich either themselves or their convent. The most simple fare, the least costly garments, serve alike for their own use and for that of their families. Industry, temperance, and devotion are their duties, and, as they are at liberty to secede from their self-imposed obligations whenever they see fit to do so, there is no lukewarmness among the community, who find time throughout the whole year to devote many hours to God, even of their most busy days. And, unlike their fellow citizens, the other Mussulmans, they throw open the doors of their chapel to strangers, only stipulating that gentlemen shall put off their shoes ere they enter. This chapel, which has been erroneously called a mosque, is an octagon building of moderate size, neatly painted in fresco. The center of the floor is railed off, and the enclosure is sacred to the brotherhood, while the outer circle, covered with Indian matting, is appropriated to visitors. A deep gallery runs round 6 sides of the building, and beneath it, on your left hand as you enter, you remark the lattices through which the Turkish women witness the service. A narrow mat surrounds the circle within the railing, and upon this the brethren kneel during the prayers, while the center of the floor is so highly polished by the perpetual friction that it resembles a mirror, and the boards are united by nails with heads as large as a shilling, to prevent accidents to the feet of the dervishes during their evolutions. A bar of iron descends from the center of the domed roof, to which transverse bars are attached, bearing a vast number of glass lamps of different colors and size, and against many of the pillars, of which I counted 24, supporting the dome, are hung frames, within which are inscribed passages from the prophets. Above the seat of the superior, the name of the founder of the Tekke is written in gold on a black ground, in immense characters. This seat consists of a small carpet, above which is spread a crimson rug, and on this the worthy principal was squatted when we entered, in an ample cloak of Spanish brown, with large hanging sleeves, and his gulaf, or high hat of grey felt, encircled with a green shawl. I pitied him that his back was turned towards the glorious Bosphorus, that was distinctly seen through the 4 large windows at the extremity of the chapel, flashing in the light, with the slender minarets and lordly mosques of Stamboul gleaming out in the distance. One by one, the dervishes entered the chapel, bowing profoundly at the little gate of the enclosure, took their places on the mat, and bending down, reverently kissed the ground, and then, folding their arms meekly on their breasts, remained buried in prayer, with their eyes closed and their bodies swinging slowly to and fro. They were all enveloped in wide cloaks of dark-colored cloth with pendant sleeves, and wore their gulafs, which they retained during the whole of the service. The service commenced with an extemporaneous prayer from the chief priest, to which the attendant dervishes listened with arms folded upon their breasts and their eyes fixed on the ground. At its conclusion, all bowed their foreheads to the earth, and the orchestra struck into one of those peculiarly wild and melancholy Turkish airs which are unlike any other music that I ever heard. Instantly, the full voices of the brethren joined in chorus, and the effect was thrilling. Now the sounds died away like the exhausted breath of a departing spirit, and suddenly they swelled once more into a deep and powerful diapason that seemed scarce earthly. A second stillness of about a minute succeeded, when the low, solemn music was resumed, and the dervishes, slowly rising from the earth, followed their superior 3 times round the enclosure, bowing down twice under the shadow of the name of their founder, suspended above the seat of the high priest. This reverence was performed without removing their folded arms from their breasts, the first time on the side by which they approached, and afterwards on that opposite, which they gained by slowly revolving on the right foot, in such a manner as to prevent their turning their backs towards the inscription. The procession was closed by a second prostration, after which each dervish, having gained his place, cast off his cloak, and such as had walked in woolen slippers withdrew them, and passing solemnly before the chief priest, they commenced their evolutions. The extraordinary ceremony which gives its name to the dancing, or, as they are really and much more appropriately called, the turning dervishes, for nothing can be more utterly unlike dancing than their evolutions, is not without its meaning. The community first pray for pardon of their past sins and the amendment of their future lives, and then, after a silent supplication for strength to work out the change, they figure, by their peculiar and fatiguing movements, their anxiety to shake the dust from their feet and to cast from them all worldly ties. Immediately after passing with a solemn reverence, twice performed, the place of the high priest, who remained standing, the dervishes spread their arms and commenced their revolving motion, the palm of the right hand being held upwards, and that of the left turned down. Their underdresses, for, as I before remarked, they had laid aside their cloaks, consisted of a jacket and petticoat of dark-coloured cloth, that descended to their feet, the higher order of brethren being clad in green, and the others in brown, or a sort of yellowish grey. About their waists they wore wide girdles, edged with red, to which the right side of the jacket was closely fastened, while the left hung loose. Their petticoats were of immense width, and lay in large plaits beneath the girdles, and as the wearers swung round, formed a bell-like appearance. These latter garments, however, are only worn during the ceremony, and are exchanged in summer for white ones of lighter material. The number of those who were on duty, for I know not how else to express it, was 9, 7 of them being men, and the remaining 2 mere boys, the youngest certainly not more than 10 years of age. 9, 11, and 13 are the mystic numbers, which, however great the strength of the community, are never exceeded, and the remaining members of the brotherhood, during the evolutions of their companions, continue engaged in prayer within the enclosure. These on this occasion amounted to about 80, and remained each leaning against a pillar, while the beat of the drum in the gallery marked the time to which the revolving dervishes moved, and the effect was singular to a degree that baffles description. So true and unerring were their motions that, although the space which they occupied was somewhat circumscribed, they never once gained upon each other, and for 5 minutes they continued twirling round and round, as though impelled by machinery, their pale, passionless countenances perfectly immobile, their heads slightly declined towards the right shoulder, and their inflated garments creating a cold, sharp air in the chapel from the rapidity of their action. At the termination of that period, the name of the prophet occurred in the chant, which had been unintermitted in the gallery, and as they simultaneously paused, and folding their hands upon their breasts, bent down in reverence at the sound, their ample garments wound about them at the sudden check, and gave them, for a moment, the appearance of mummies. An interval of prayer followed, and the same ceremony was performed 3 times, at the termination of which they all fell prostrate on the earth, when those who had hitherto remained spectators flung their cloaks over them, and the one who knelt on the left of the chief priest rose, and delivered a long prayer, divided into sections, with a rapid and solemn voice, prolonging the last word of each sentence by the utterance of ha, 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 with a rich depth of octave that would not have disgraced Philip's. This prayer was for the great ones of the earth, the magnates of the land, all who were in authority over them, and at each proud name they bowed their heads upon their breasts, until that of the Sultan was mentioned, when they once more fell flat upon the ground, to the sound of the most awful howl I ever heard. This outburst from the gallery terminated the labours of the orchestra, And the superior, rising to his knees, while the others continued prostrate, in his turn prayed for a few instants, and then, taking his stand upon the crimson rug, they approached him one by one, and clasping his hand, pressed it to their lips and forehead. When the first had passed, he stationed himself on the right of the superior, and awaited the arrival of the second, who, on reaching him, bestowed on him also the kiss of peace, which he had just proffered to the chief priest. And each in succession performed the same ceremony to all those who had preceded him, which was acknowledged by gently stroking down the beard. This was the final act of the exhibition, and the superior having slowly and silently traversed the enclosure, in 5 seconds the chapel was empty, and the congregation busied at the portal in reclaiming their boots, shoes, and slippers. End of section 110.
Section 111 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Ceremony of Dervishes at Scutari by Albert Aublet, French artist, 1851. Painting, page 574. After the dervishes, overpowered by a religious excitement which can scarcely be imagined, have shouted their last Allahu, after the furious dance in which they have cast themselves upon the sharp daggers and pointed stilettos with which the walls of the room are decorated, then, when their exhausted bodies, streaming with blood and covered with foam and perspiration, are at last quiet, then, after these violent exercises are over, begins the ceremony of the imposition of feet. The Mussulman priest comes out of an elaborately ornamented little niche. Before him, on skins spread upon the floor, are children of all ages, lying one beside another, with their faces to the floor. The priest comes forward, and aided by an acolyte, he walks slowly the whole length of the line of children, planting the broad soles of his naked feet squarely upon them. Those who submit themselves to this penance are supposed to be healed of whatever illness may be troubling them, or to win preservation from future dangers. Ranged around the room are aged devotees who have not been able to share in the savage exhibition. End of section 111. This recording is in the public domain. Section 112 of Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World Story, Volume 6. Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 112. A Turkish What For? By Demetra Vaka. The next morning I had just finished my morning toilet when a slave came to conduct me to Ayşe Hanum, from whom she presented me with an indoor veil. I arranged it on my hair to show my appreciation of the gift, and followed the slave to the floor below, where her mistress lived. When I entered her apartments, I found her kneeling before an easel, deep in work. As the slave announced me, she rose from the ground and came to me with outstretched hand. It struck me as curious that she offered to shake hands instead of using the temena, the Turkish form of salutation, since I knew her to be extremely punctilious in the customs of her nation. I suppose she did this to make me feel more at home. "Welcome, young Hanum," she said, after kissing me on both cheeks. "Do you paint?" I asked, going toward the easel, disguising my surprise at meeting with such disregard of Mussulman customs in this orthodox household. "No, not painting, just playing. It is only an impression, not a reproduction of one of Allah's realities. Good Mussulmans do not believe in reproducing Allah's realities, yet there stood on the easel a charming pastel. Even orthodox Moslems, I saw, were not above beating the devil round the stump. "How very beautiful!" I exclaimed. "Ayşe Hanum, you are an artist." "Pray, pray, young Hanum," she protested, a little frightened, I thought. "Pray do not say such things. I am not an artist. I only play with the colors." "Let me see some more of your playing," I persisted. Rather reluctantly, though wishing to comply with her guest's desires, she brought out a large portfolio, containing several pastels and water-colours, and we sat down on a rug to examine them. Whether they were well done or not I cannot tell, but they were full of life and happiness. The curious part was that, whenever she painted any outdoor life, she painted it from her window, and on the canvas first was the window, and then through it you saw the landscape as she saw it. The more I looked at her work, the more enthusiastic I grew. "You must be very talented," I said, turning to her. "It is a pity that you cannot go abroad to study." "But I have studied many years here." "That is all very well," I said, still busy looking at the pictures. "Just the same, you ought to go to Paris to study." "What for?" she asked. "Because I think you have a great deal of talent, which unfortunately is wasted in a harem." As I spoke I raised my eyes. Ordinarily I am not a coward, though I do run from a mouse, but when my eyes met her finely penciled ones, there was a curious look of anger in them that made a shiver go down my back. "If I have said anything to offend you," I said, "I beg you to forgive me. Believe me, it was my enthusiasm." She smiled in a most charming way. If she had been angry, it had gone quickly by. "But why do you wish me to go to Paris?" she asked again. "I don't know," I said, "except that Paris is nearer Turkey than any other great centre, and I feel that you ought to have the advantage of being where you could get all the help possible." "What for?" she inquired. I began to feel uncomfortable. I knew her very little, and this was the first time I ever visited a former seraili, one who has been an inmate of the imperial palace. "Because," I answered lamely, "when a person has talent she generally goes to Paris or to some other great artistic centre." "What for?" again insisted the question. If I had not been in a harem and in the presence of a woman of whom I was somewhat afraid, my answer would have been, "Well, if you are foolish enough not to know, why, what is the use of telling you?" Instead, while that exquisite hand was lying on my arm, and those big almond-shaped eyes were holding mine, I tried to find a way of explaining. "If you were free to go, you could see masterpieces, you could study various methods of painting, and if it were in you, you might become great in turn." "What for?" was the calm inquiry. She was very beautiful, not of the Turkish type, but of the pure Circassian, with exquisite lines and a very low musical voice, and of all things on this earth I am most susceptible to physical beauty. At that particular moment, however, I should have derived great pleasure if I could have smacked her pretty mouth. "Well," I said calmly, though I was irritated, "if you had a great talent and became very famous, you would not only have all the money you wanted, but glory and admiration." "What for?" she repeated with inhuman monotony. "For heaven's sake, Aishe Hanoum," I cried, "I don't know what for, but if I could, I should like to become famous and have glory and lots of money." "What for?" "Because then I could go all over the world and see everything that is to be seen, and meet all sorts of interesting people." "What for?" "Hanoum Dudu," I cried, lapsing into the Turkish I had spoken as a child, "are you trying to make a fool of me, or—" She put her palms forward on the floor, and then her head went down and she laughed immoderately. I laughed too, considerably relieved to have done with her what fors. She drew me to her as if I were a baby, and took me on her lap. "You would do all these things and travel about like a mail-bag because you think it would make you happy, don't you, Yavroum?" she asked. "Of course I should be happy." "Is this why you ran away from home, to get famous and rich?" She was speaking to me precisely as if I were a little bit of a thing, and was to be coaxed out of my foolishness. "I have neither fame nor riches," I answered, "so we need not waste our breath." "Sorry, Yavroum, sorry," she said sympathetically. "I should have liked you to get both. Then you would see that it would not have made you happy. Happiness is not acquired from satisfied desires."
What is happiness then? I asked. Allah Kerim, God only can explain it. But it comes not from what we possess, but from what we let others possess. And no amount of fame would have made me leave my home and go among alien people to learn their ways of doing something which I take great pleasure in doing in my own way. She kissed me twice on the cheek and put me down by her. You are a dear little one, she said. End of section 112. End of The World Story, A History of the World in Story, Song and Art. Volume 6. Russia, Austria-Hungary, the Balkan States and Turkey. Edited by Eva March Tappan.